Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. This happened exactly 4 years ago when I turned 16. I'm 20 now, but the memory still makes my hands shake when I think about it. The trauma from that night changed me forever, transforming what should have been a celebration into the most terrifying experience of my life. I lived in a quiet town in Vermont, surrounded by dense forests that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. For my 16th birthday, I had what I thought was the perfect idea. Instead of the usual house party, why not celebrate in a secluded cabin deep in the woods? It seemed like an adventure, a chance to feel grown up and independent. My mother, though initially hesitant, eventually agreed to rent a small cabin about 15 miles outside town. The place was rustic but comfortable, featuring a fully equipped kitchen, a cozy living room with an old stone fireplace, 3 small bedrooms, and a single bathroom. What made it perfect was its isolation. The nearest neighbor was over 2 miles away, giving us complete privacy. The week leading up to my party, I invited 8 of my closest friends. There was my best friend Lucas, who had been by my side since elementary school. Then came the twins, Isabella and Sophia, along with Madison, Tyler, Hunter, Zoe, and finally Connor, a newer addition to our group who had transferred to our school the previous year. Connor was quiet and often seemed troubled, but we had welcomed him into our circle without question. The day of my birthday arrived with crisp October air and the smell of dying leaves. My mother and I arrived at the cabin early in the afternoon to decorate and prepare. The building itself was older than I had expected, with weathered wood siding and windows that rattled slightly in their frames. Inside, the floorboards creaked with every step, and shadows seemed to gather in the corners despite the daylight streaming through the windows. We spent hours transforming the space, hanging colorful streamers from the exposed wooden beams and placing battery-powered lanterns around the rooms since the electrical system was unreliable. The atmosphere we created was warm and inviting, exactly the cozy retreat I had envisioned. By the time we finished, the late afternoon sun was filtering through the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. My friends began arriving just as dusk was settling over the woods. Lucas was first as always, carrying a duffel bag and wearing his characteristic grin. The others followed in quick succession, their voices filling the cabin with laughter and excitement. Connor was the last to arrive, appearing at the door just as darkness began to creep between the trees. He seemed more anxious than usual, his eyes darting toward the forest before he stepped inside. After everyone settled in and claimed their sleeping spots, my mother ordered pizza from the only place that would deliver this far out. While we waited, we gathered in the living room, the excitement of being away from parental supervision making everyone giddy. The pizza arrived just after 7, delivered by a nervous-looking teenager who seemed eager to get back to civilization. As we ate, Connor remained unusually quiet, picking at his food and occasionally glancing toward the windows. When Isabella asked him what was wrong, he hesitated before speaking. "My stepfather," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "He's been different lately, ever since my mom filed for divorce 6 months ago." We all knew Connor's family situation was complicated. His mother had remarried when he was 12, and his stepfather had seemed decent enough at first. But over the past year, something had changed. Connor rarely talked about it, but we had noticed the bruises on his arms, the way he flinched when adults raised their voices, the fear that sometimes flickered in his eyes. "Different how?" Tyler asked, though from Connor's expression we could all guess. "He's been drinking more, getting angry about everything. Last week, he showed up at my mom's work screaming about how she was poisoning me against him. Security had to escort him out." Connor's hands were shaking as he spoke. "Mom got a restraining order, but he's been calling constantly, leaving the mood in the room shifted dramatically. What had been lighthearted party conversation suddenly felt heavy and ominous. Madison asked to see a photo, which Connor reluctantly showed us on his phone. The man in the picture was tall and broad-shouldered, with cold eyes and a cruel smile. Even in a simple family photo, there was something unsettling about him. "Has he ever threatened you directly?" Lucas asked. Connor nodded slowly. "He knows about all of you. Your names, where you live. He said if Mom doesn't drop the restraining order, he'll make sure I lose everything I care about." My mother chose that moment to announce she needed to head back to town to handle some work emergency. She was clearly reluctant to leave us alone, especially after seeing our subdued faces, but I assured her we would be fine. I promised to keep all doors locked and to call if anything happened. After 15 more minutes of nervous hovering, she finally left, her taillights disappearing into the darkness beyond the trees. With my mother gone, we tried to recapture the party atmosphere by moving outside to build a campfire. The crisp air was refreshing after being cooped up in the cabin, and the flames provided a comforting circle of light against the encroaching darkness. We roasted marshmallows and made s'mores while sharing stories and jokes. Isabella decided to tell a true crime story she had recently heard on a podcast about a serial killer who targeted teenagers camping in remote areas. Her dramatic storytelling had us all on edge, jumping at every snapping twig and rustling leaf. We laughed nervously, trying to shake off the creeping unease her story had created. The forest around us was alive with sounds: the hooting of owls, the skittering of small animals through the underbrush, the groaning of old trees swaying in the wind. But as the night grew deeper, these natural sounds seemed to take on a more sinister quality. Every shadow could be hiding something dangerous. Every noise could be a threat approaching. Connor, who had been gradually relaxing throughout the evening, suddenly tensed again. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked, his voice tight with anxiety. We all stopped talking and listened. At first, there was nothing but the usual forest sounds. Then we heard it, a deliberate crunching of leaves and branches, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. But these weren't the light, quick steps of a deer or the scampering of a raccoon. These were heavy, purposeful footsteps that seemed to be circling our campfire at a distance. "Probably just a hiker," Hunter suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. "At this time of night," Zoe whispered, "and who hikes without a flashlight?" The footsteps continued, maintaining their distance but clearly moving in a deliberate pattern around us. We tried to continue our conversation, but everyone was now listening intently to the sounds coming from the darkness beyond our fire. The cheerful atmosphere of the party had completely evaporated, replaced by a growing sense of dread. "Maybe we should go inside," Madison suggested, her voice barely audible. Just as we were gathering the courage to move, the footsteps stopped. The sudden silence was somehow more terrifying than the noise had been. We sat frozen around the fire, straining to hear any sound that might tell us where the unseen presence had gone. Then Connor's phone buzzed. He pulled it out with trembling hands, and his face went white as he read the message. "What is it?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. "It's from him," Connor whispered, showing us the screen. The message was simple but chilling. "Found you." We abandoned the campfire immediately, rushing back toward the cabin in a barely controlled panic. Behind us, the flames continued to flicker and dance, casting wild shadows that seemed to reach out and grab at us as we fled. The safety of the cabin's walls had never seemed so desperately important. Once inside, I quickly turned the deadbolt and checked every window latch while the others huddled in the living room. The cabin suddenly felt different. No longer a cozy retreat, but a fragile shelter surrounded by hostile darkness. Every creak of the old wood made us jump. Every shift in the shadows outside the windows made our hearts race. "How could he have found us?" Isabella asked, her voice shaking. Connor was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body trembling. "I don't know. I never told him where we were going. I never even told him about the party." "Could he have followed your mom when she dropped you off?" Tyler suggested. "No. Lucas picked me up at home. My mom wasn't even there." We tried calling Connor's mother, but the call went straight to voicemail. The cell service in this remote area was spotty at best, with signals coming and going seemingly at random. This isolation, which had seemed like such a perfect feature for our party, now felt like a death trap. Lucas tried to lighten the mood by suggesting we watch a movie, something to distract us from our growing terror. We scrolled through the limited streaming options available on the cabin's old television, finally settling on a comedy that none of us could focus on. Every few minutes someone would pause the movie to ask, "Did you hear that?" Or "What was that noise?" As the night wore on, we became increasingly paranoid. Every settling sound from the old cabin made us freeze. The wind picking up outside sounded like voices whispering. When a branch scraped against one of the bedroom windows upstairs, we all screamed. Around midnight, Connor received another text message. This one was longer and more detailed, describing exactly what the man would do to each of us when he found a way inside. The violence he described was graphic and specific, leaving no doubt that he was serious about his threats. Connor showed the message to Lucas and me, but we decided the others didn't need to see it. "We need to call the police," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "And tell them what?" Lucas replied. "That Connor's stepfather is somewhere in the woods sending threatening texts. They'll never get here in time, and we don't even know if he's actually here or just trying to scare us." But even as we debated what to do, we all knew the truth. The footsteps we had heard were real. Someone was out there in the darkness, watching us, waiting for the right moment to strike. By 1 in the morning, we had arranged ourselves strategically around the cabin. The 6 others had reluctantly agreed to try to get some sleep in the bedrooms upstairs, while Lucas, Connor, and I maintained watch in the living room. We had turned off most of the lights and positioned ourselves where we could see out the windows without being easily spotted from outside. The silence that had fallen over the forest was unnerving. Gone were the normal nighttime sounds. No owls hooting, no rustling of small animals. Even the wind had died down to an eerie stillness. It felt as though the entire woods were holding their breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. Connor sat curled up in an armchair, his phone clutched in his hands, checking obsessively for new messages. Lucas had positioned himself by the front window, occasionally peering through a gap in the curtains. I took the side window that looked out toward the forest, watching for any movement among the trees. Around 2 o'clock, I saw it. At first, it was just a sense of movement, a shadow that seemed slightly denser than the others. But as I watched, the shape resolved itself into the silhouette of a man standing just at the edge of the tree line. He was tall and broad, exactly matching Connor's description of his stepfather, and he appeared to be staring directly at the cabin. I motioned silently to Lucas, who crept over to look. Together we watched as the figure began to move, walking slowly along the edge of the clearing that surrounded the cabin. He stayed just within the shadows of the trees, but his movement was clearly deliberate and predatory. "Is that him?" I whispered to Connor. Connor joined us at the window, took one look, and immediately collapsed back into his chair. "That's him," he confirmed, his voice barely audible. "That's definitely him." The man continued his circuit around the cabin, sometimes disappearing completely behind trees, sometimes clearly visible as he crossed open spaces. He seemed to be studying the building, looking for weaknesses, planning his approach. The casual, unhurried nature of his surveillance was somehow more terrifying than if he had been frantically trying to break in. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, the man stepped out of the tree line and began walking directly toward the cabin. In the moonlight, we could see that he was wearing dark clothing and appeared to be carrying something in his right hand, something long and metallic that could only be a weapon. As he approached the front door, we could hear his footsteps on the wooden porch. He didn't immediately try to force entry. Instead, he simply stood there, and we could sense him listening, trying to determine exactly where we were inside. Then he began to knock. Not the frantic pounding we might have expected, but slow, deliberate knocks that seemed designed to maximize our terror. Knock, knock, knock. Each impact echoed through the cabin like a death sentence. "Open up, Connor," came a voice from outside, artificially calm and reasonable. "I just want to talk to you, son. Just want to have a little conversation about respect and family loyalty." The reasonable tone of his voice was perhaps the most frightening thing of all. This wasn't a man who had lost control in a moment of anger. This was someone who had planned this confrontation, who was enjoying our terror, who intended to hurt us and was taking his time about it. We crept upstairs to wake the others, moving as silently as possible on the creaking floorboards. Their faces in the dim light showed the same terror we all felt as we quickly explained the situation. Madison started crying silently, tears streaming down her face as she tried to process what was happening. "What does he want?" Isabella whispered. "Connor," Lucas replied grimly. "But I don't think he plans to leave any witnesses." We gathered in the back bedroom, as far from the front of the cabin as possible, and tried to formulate a plan. Our phones were nearly useless. The sporadic cell service made it impossible to maintain a connection long enough to have a meaningful conversation with emergency services. We had tried multiple times to call 911, but the calls kept dropping after just a few seconds. Outside, Connor's stepfather had stopped knocking and seemed to be examining the windows and doors, testing for weak points. We could hear him moving around the cabin, occasionally bumping against the walls or trying door handles. The building was old and not particularly secure. We all knew it was only a matter of time before he found a way inside. "There," Tyler pointed to a window in the bathroom. "That one doesn't have a proper lock, just a slide latch." We could hear the man working on that very window, the old wood creaking and groaning as he applied pressure to the frame. The latch would never hold against a determined adult. In desperation, we began gathering anything that could serve as a weapon. Hunter found a heavy cast-iron skillet in the kitchen. Zoe discovered a baseball bat in one of the bedroom closets. Isabella armed herself with a large kitchen knife, though her hands were shaking so badly I wasn't sure she would be able to use it effectively. The sound of splintering wood told us that the bathroom window had given way. We could hear footsteps inside the cabin now, slow and deliberate as the intruder made his way through the building. He wasn't trying to be quiet anymore. He wanted us to know he was inside, wanted us to experience the full terror of being hunted in what we had thought was our safe refuge. "Connor," came his voice from somewhere below us. "I know you can hear me, son. Why don't you come down and we can discuss this like civilized people? No need for your friends to get hurt over our family business." Connor was hyperventilating, his breath coming in short gasps as panic overwhelmed him. Madison and Isabella tried to comfort him, but we all knew there would be no reasoning with the man who had invaded our sanctuary. The floorboards downstairs creaked as Connor's stepfather methodically searched each room. We could track his progress by the sounds, the scraping of furniture being moved, the soft thud of doors being opened, the occasional grunt of effort as he looked under beds and behind curtains. "He's coming upstairs," Lucas whispered. We heard the first step creak, then the second. The man was taking his time, savoring our fear, making sure we understood that there was nowhere left to run. We had barricaded the bedroom door with a dresser and chair, but we all knew it wouldn't hold for long against a determined adult. When he reached the top of the stairs, his voice was closer and more menacing. "Connor, I'm disappointed in you, son. All this hiding, all this drama. Your mother has been filling your head with lies about me, hasn't she? Making you think I'm some kind of monster." The door handle rattled as he tested it. Then there was a heavy thud as he threw his weight against the barrier. The dresser scraped slightly across the floor, but held. Another impact, harder this time, and we could hear the wood around the door frame beginning to splinter. "I tried to be reasonable," the voice continued, punctuated by more violent impacts against the door. "I tried to be patient, but you kids need to learn that actions have consequences." Connor was curled in the corner, rocking back and forth with his hands over his ears. The rest of us clutched our improvised weapons and prepared for what felt like an inevitable confrontation. Tyler had managed to get a brief connection on his phone and had started to dial 911 again, but we all knew help wouldn't arrive in time. The doorframe gave way with a loud crack, and the dresser slid across the floor as the man forced his way into the room. In the dim light, he looked even more frightening than Connor's description had suggested. He was disheveled and wild-eyed, with several days of stubble and clothing that looked like he had been living rough. In his right hand he held a large hunting knife that gleamed dully in the moonlight streaming through the window. "There's my boy," he said, his voice filled with false warmth as his eyes fixed on Connor. "Come here, son. Time for you to learn some respect." None of us moved. We were all frozen with terror, clutching our pathetic weapons and trying to find the courage to act. The man took a step into the room, then another, his attention focused entirely on Connor. "Leave him alone," I heard myself say. my voice cracking with fear but somehow managing to speak. The man's head turned toward me, and I saw pure malice in his eyes. "This doesn't concern you, kid. This is family business." "We called the police," Lucas said. "Though we all knew our spotty phone calls had been unsuccessful. They're on their way." The man laughed, a sound devoid of any humor. "No, they're not. You think I'm stupid? I cut the phone lines to this place hours ago. Nobody knows where you are. Nobody's coming to help you." That's when Hunter made his move. He lunged forward with the cast iron skillet raised above his head, aiming for the intruder's skull. But the man was faster than any of us had expected. He sidestepped the attack and backhanded Hunter across the face, sending him crashing into the wall. The sight of our friend being hurt seemed to break the spell that had frozen the rest of us. Isabella screamed and charged forward with her knife, while Tyler swung the baseball bat at the man's knees. I found myself moving too, though I couldn't remember making the conscious decision to attack. What followed was chaos. In the confined space of the bedroom, with only moonlight to see by, it was nearly impossible to distinguish friend from foe. I heard Connor screaming, Madison sobbing, the sound of furniture being overturned and bodies colliding with walls. I felt something heavy connect with my shoulder, spinning me around and sending me stumbling into Zoe. She had managed to get behind the intruder and was trying to wrap the cord from a bedside lamp around his neck, but he was too strong and easily threw her off. The man's knife flashed in the dim light, and I heard someone cry out in pain. Lucas was on the ground, clutching his arm where a deep cut was bleeding freely. The sight of my best friend's blood seemed to release something primal in me, and I threw myself at Connor's stepfather with a fury I didn't know I possessed. We went down together in a tangle of limbs, rolling across the floor and knocking over the remaining furniture. I could smell his unwashed body, feel his hot breath on my face as we struggled. His hands found my throat and began to squeeze, black spots appearing at the edges of my vision. Then Tyler brought the baseball bat down on the man's head with a sickening thud. The grip on my throat loosened immediately, and Connor's stepfather collapsed beside me, blood seeping from a wound on his scalp. We all stood there for a moment, breathing heavily and staring at the motionless figure. I was terrified that we had killed him, but then I saw his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. He was unconscious but alive. "We need to get out of here," Madison whispered. "What if he wakes up?" Tyler was already moving, gathering the hunting knife and testing the man's pockets for other weapons. "Help me tie him up," he said, pulling the cord from the destroyed lamp. "We need to make sure he can't hurt anyone when he comes to." Working together, we managed to bind the unconscious man's hands and feet, though none of us were confident in our knots. Lucas's arm was still bleeding badly, and several of us had minor cuts and bruises from the fight. We were all shaking from adrenaline and shock. Isabella had finally managed to get a stable connection on her phone and was speaking frantically to a 911 operator, giving them our location and explaining our situation. The dispatcher assured her that police and paramedics were already on their way, having been alerted by the GPS location of our multiple failed calls throughout the night. We spent the next 20 minutes huddled together in the living room downstairs, as far from our unconscious attacker as possible, listening for the sound of sirens. When we finally heard them approaching through the forest, the relief was overwhelming. Several of us broke down crying, finally allowing ourselves to believe that we had survived. The police arrived with an ambulance close behind, and the cabin was suddenly filled with uniformed officers and medical personnel. Connor's stepfather was still unconscious when they loaded him onto a stretcher, his hands now secured with proper restraints. Lucas received treatment for his knife wound, which required 15 stitches but had missed any major arteries. As dawn broke over the forest, we gave our statements to the investigating officers. They told us that Connor's stepfather had been violating his restraining order for weeks, and that Connor's mother had been trying unsuccessfully to reach him all night to warn him that her ex-husband had made specific threats about the birthday party. The man had apparently been stalking Connor for days, learning his routines and following him to discover the location of our party. When he was eventually charged, investigators found evidence that he had been planning the attack for over a week, including detailed notes about each of us and maps of the area around the cabin. Connor spent months in therapy dealing with the trauma of that night, and our entire friend group was forever changed by the experience. We had learned that the world could be far more dangerous than we had ever imagined, that evil could wear a familiar face, and that sometimes survival depends on finding courage we didn't know we possessed. 4 years later, I still have nightmares about that night in the woods, but I also carry with me the knowledge that when faced with ultimate terror, my friends and I stood together and fought back. We saved each other's lives, and that bond has made us stronger than any trauma could break. The cabin still stands in those woods, but none of us have ever returned. Some experiences are meant to remain in the past, serving as reminders of what we survived and how precious our lives truly are. That birthday taught me that growing up isn't about becoming fearless. It's about learning to act with courage even when you're terrified. And sometimes, that courage is the only thing standing between you and the darkness that lurks at the edges of civilization, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I spend countless hours hiking through wilderness areas, finding solace in the raw beauty of untouched nature. When my wife Diane received a job transfer, she convinced me that relocating would give us access to pristine hiking trails and a cozy cottage nestled near an expansive forest preserve. We'd never wanted children, preferring the company of our 3 cats. The move proved challenging for our feline companions, who seemed to prefer each previous home we'd left behind. I'm somewhat embarrassed to admit we've abandoned a string of houses across several states, leaving new homeowners to deal with cats who refuse to relocate with us. After settling into our new residence for nearly a month, I felt ready to explore the local wilderness. Diane noticed my excitement immediately. The anticipation was written across my face in an unmistakable grin. I'd spent the previous evening meticulously packing my gear, checking each item multiple times with obsessive precision. Diane performed her usual safety ritual, reminding me of essential supplies: water purification tablets, high-energy food, comprehensive first aid kit, emergency whistle, and backup compass. She nodded toward the closet with that familiar expression. The firearm. I always carry protection while hiking in remote areas, though Diane has never felt comfortable with weapons. She asked about weather conditions for my planned expedition. I assured her the forecast predicted clear skies with minimal wind, adding that this wasn't my first wilderness adventure, a small tradition we'd developed over the years. Diane never shared my passion for hiking. She despises physical exertion, insects, and extended periods away from civilization. She's probably grateful that my hobby isn't drinking, gambling, or obsessing over sports teams. I suspected she hoped I'd find a hiking companion in our new town, eliminating her obligation to accompany me on these excursions. After kissing Diane goodbye as she departed for work, I loaded my vehicle and drove toward the State Forest Preserve. The journey took approximately 40 minutes through winding mountain roads. Upon arrival, I noticed only a few vehicles in the parking area, a family unpacking picnic supplies near wooden tables, children playing on a small playground adjacent to the visitor center. I methodically organized my equipment, performing a final inspection of each item. A modest ranger station stood beside the parking area, where a uniformed officer waved friendly greetings to arriving visitors. Next to the building, a large display board showcased available trail routes, color-coded according to difficulty levels. Each trail featured estimated completion times, terrain descriptions, elevation changes, and wildlife information commonly encountered in specific areas. I photographed the entire display with my phone, ensuring image quality would allow me to reference the information throughout my hike. The park ranger approached, offering a printed trail map. I accepted gratefully and thanked him for the gesture. He inquired whether this was my first visit to the preserve. I confirmed it was, explaining that we'd recently relocated to the area and I'd been eager to explore the local trails since our arrival. "Welcome to the region," he replied warmly. "Do you have much hiking experience?" I assured him I'd been exploring wilderness areas for several years. "Excellent. I only ask that you remain on designated trails. We can't afford to have visitors getting lost in these mountains." I promised to follow regulations, and he wished me a safe hike as I headed toward the trailhead. I selected the most challenging route available, featuring steep inclines, rocky terrain, and the longest distance. The estimated round-trip duration was 7 hours, which suited my preferences perfectly. This particular trail would eventually lead to an overlook, providing panoramic views of our new town and surrounding valleys. The initial portion of the hike progressed smoothly through mixed hardwood forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shifting patterns, creating an almost cathedral-like atmosphere. I documented the scenery with frequent photographs capturing interesting rock formations, small waterfalls, and moments where light created particularly striking visual effects. After approximately 4 hours of steady climbing, I reached a designated rest area featuring basic camping facilities. The location appeared deserted, suggesting either an exceptionally quiet day for hikers, or that I was among the first to reach this elevation. I utilized the primitive restroom facilities, consumed energy bars and water, then prepared for the steepest section of the ascent. The sounds of forest life accompanied my progress. Birds calling from unseen perches, occasional rustling in undergrowth as small animals fled my approach. Upon reaching the scenic overlook, I paused to admire the spectacular view. Our new town spread out far below, surrounded by rolling hills and distant mountain ranges. I captured several photographs of the vista, sending one to Diane with a message. Reached the summit ahead of schedule, easier than expected. I waited briefly for a response, but assumed she was occupied with work responsibilities when no reply arrived immediately. During my descent, I noticed an intriguing break in the vegetation, a narrow passage leading away from the main trail. The opening was barely visible, obscured by dense undergrowth and overhanging branches. Something about this hidden path triggered my curiosity, though I knew I should remain on designated routes as the ranger had requested. I convinced myself that a brief exploration would be harmless, perhaps 50 meters into the woods, maintaining visual contact with the main trail at all times. I carefully pushed through the thick vegetation, mindful of my footing on the uneven ground beneath tangled roots and fallen branches. The hidden passage led deeper into a section of forest where sunlight seemed unable to penetrate the thick canopy overhead. A strange sensation washed over me as I moved forward, similar to entering a familiar room and suddenly forgetting why I'd come there in the first place. I didn't feel lost or disoriented, simply unsettled by the dramatic change in atmosphere. The most disturbing aspect was the complete absence of sound. Moments earlier, the forest had been alive with bird calls, rustling leaves, and the distant murmur of wind through trees. Now, an oppressive silence surrounded me, broken only by the sound of my own footsteps on the forest floor. My instincts immediately shifted to defensive mode. In my experience, such sudden quiet typically indicated the presence of a large predator nearby. I mentally reviewed the wildlife information from the visitor display board, but couldn't recall any dangerous animals listed for this region. The largest species mentioned had been foxes and possibly black bears in remote areas. I retrieved my phone from my pocket, noting that I had received a message from Diane during my climb. Her text read, "Beautiful view, be careful up there." I quickly typed a response, "Starting descent now, everything going perfectly." However, when I attempted to send the message, no signal bars appeared on my display. As I turned to retrace my steps toward the main trail, an unexpected weather phenomenon began developing overhead. What had been a clear sunny afternoon suddenly transformed into an overcast sky with rapidly moving clouds. Within minutes, the temperature began dropping noticeably, and I noticed small white particles drifting down through the trees. Snow. In the middle of summer. This made absolutely no sense. The snow began falling more heavily, quickly accumulating on the ground around me. I looked back toward where I believed the main trail to be, but the familiar landscape was now covered in a layer of white that obscured my footprints and any recognizable landmarks. The snowfall intensified rapidly, transforming from light flakes into a driving blizzard that reduced visibility to mere meters. I pulled my jacket tighter and tried to orient myself, but the storm seemed to be coming from all directions simultaneously. The wind howled through the trees with increasing fury, creating an almost deafening roar that made it impossible to hear anything else. I sought shelter among a cluster of large pine trees, pressing myself against the trunk to escape the worst of the wind-driven snow. My mind raced as I tried to process what was happening. Weather patterns don't change this dramatically without warning. I had checked multiple forecasts before leaving home, and none had predicted any possibility of precipitation, let alone a blizzard. The rational part of my brain suggested several explanations. Microclimate effects in mountainous regions could create localized weather phenomena. Or perhaps I had become disoriented and climbed higher than I realized, reaching an elevation where snow was possible even in summer. However, neither explanation felt adequate for the severity and suddenness of the storm. As I waited for the weather to improve, I noticed something that made my blood freeze, and not from the cold. Through the swirling snow, I could make out the outline of a structure approximately 200 meters away. The shape appeared to be a small building, possibly a cabin, with what looked like smoke rising from a chimney. The sight of potential shelter was both relief and concern. I hadn't seen any buildings marked on the trail map, and the park ranger hadn't mentioned any structures in this area. Moreover, the cabin appeared to be surrounded by some kind of fencing, though the details were obscured by the storm. I began making my way toward the structure, struggling through knee-deep snow that seemed to grow deeper with each step. The wind cut through my clothing despite the quality of my hiking gear, and I could feel my fingers and toes beginning to lose sensation. As I drew closer to the cabin, details became more visible through the storm. The building was indeed surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, and floodlights were mounted on tall poles at each corner of the perimeter. Warning signs were attached to the fence at regular intervals, though I couldn't read the text from this distance. The cabin sat in the center of the fenced compound like an island of warmth in the midst of the unnatural blizzard. Light glowed from the windows, and smoke continued rising from the chimney, indicating that someone was likely inside. The door appeared to be slightly ajar, suggesting recent occupancy. As I approached the fence, I was able to read the warning signs more clearly. No trespassing, auto-righted personnel only, dangerous area, stay out. One sign, crudely hand-painted and attached with wire, simply read, "Don't." Under normal circumstances, I would never consider ignoring such clear warnings. However, the cold was becoming dangerous, and I could feel the early symptoms of hypothermia beginning to affect my judgment and motor functions. My hands shook as I fumbled with my phone, hoping to call for help, but the device showed no signal, and the battery level was dropping rapidly in the extreme cold. I circled the perimeter of the fence, looking for any indication of who might own this property or why it was so heavily secured. The snow around the cabin showed no footprints or tire tracks, suggesting that no one had approached the building recently. This seemed odd given the smoke from the chimney and the open door. The storm showed no signs of abating, and my condition was deteriorating rapidly. I made the decision to climb the fence and seek shelter, planning to explain my emergency situation to whoever was inside the cabin. The chain link was difficult to climb with numb fingers, but adrenaline gave me the strength to make it over the barbed wire without serious injury. On the other side of the fence, the snow seemed less deep, though I couldn't understand why this would be the case. I approached the cabin cautiously, calling out to announce my presence and explain my situation. "Hello, is anyone there? I'm a hiker caught in this storm and I need help." No response came from inside the building. The open door revealed only darkness beyond the threshold, and the steady column of smoke from the chimney continued unabated. I climbed the wooden steps to the small porch and peered inside. The interior of the cabin was illuminated by oil lamps, creating dancing shadows on the walls. The space was sparsely furnished: a single bed, a small table and chair, and a few basic amenities. However, several details immediately struck me as wrong. First, there was no fireplace or wood stove that could account for the smoke I had observed coming from the chimney. Second, despite the warmth I had expected from the exterior signs, the interior temperature was only marginally better than outside. Third, the walls were covered with scratched messages and warnings, as if previous occupants had been trying to communicate with future visitors. I closed the door behind me and examined the wall inscriptions more carefully. Most were carved into the wood with sharp objects, and many appeared to be warnings. "Don't trust what you see. The snow isn't real. Check your compass. Time moves wrong here." Other messages seemed more personal. Jennifer was here, day 3. If anyone finds this, tell my family I love them. The ranger lied. I pulled out my phone to document these messages, but what I saw on the screen made my hands shake even more violently. The time display was jumping erratically between different hours, 6 p.m., then 9 p.m., then 2 p.m., cycling through the sequence repeatedly. The date was also fluctuating, showing different days entirely. A methodical search of the cabin revealed additional disturbing evidence. In a drawer of the small table, I found a logbook containing entries from dozens of previous visitors, all describing similar experiences: sudden weather changes, disorientation, equipment malfunctions, and an inability to leave the area. One entry, dated several months earlier, described the author's experience in detail. The storm started without warning during a routine day hike. Found this cabin after hours of wandering. The snow melts as soon as you bring it inside, but reforms immediately when you step outside. Compass spins wildly. GPS shows impossible coordinates. Something is seriously wrong with this place. Another entry was more ominous. Day 5 in the cabin. Food running low. Every time I try to leave, I end up back here within an hour. The fence keeps something out but also keeps us in. If you're reading this, don't trust the ranger. He knows what this place is. As I read through more entries in the logbook, a terrifying pattern began to emerge. Every visitor described arriving during impossible weather conditions, finding the cabin as their only shelter, and then being unable to leave the area. Some entries spanned weeks, documenting the gradual decline of trapped hikers who slowly ran out of supplies while searching desperately for escape routes. The most recent entry was dated only 3 days earlier. The fence isn't designed to keep people out. It's designed to keep something else in. The cabin is bait. We're test subjects in some kind of experiment. The ranger who directed me to this trail knew exactly what would happen. Don't trust anyone in uniform. If you find a way out, warn others about this place. My phone continued displaying erratic times and dates, but I noticed that the pattern wasn't random. Using a piece of paper from the logbook, I began tracking the sequence. The numbers corresponded to coordinates minus not geographic coordinates, but something else entirely. When I applied them to a simple alphanumeric code, they spelled out messages: trapped, no exit, experiment. The implications were staggering. This wasn't a natural phenomenon or a coincidence. Someone was deliberately luring hikers to this location and trapping them here for unknown purposes. The impossible weather, the cabin positioned perfectly as shelter, the equipment malfunctions, all of it was engineered. I began searching the cabin more thoroughly, looking for any technology that might explain how this elaborate deception was being maintained. Behind a loose board in the wall, I discovered sophisticated electronic equipment, weather manipulation devices, signal jammers, and what appeared to be atmospheric processors capable of creating localized climate effects. The operation was far more complex than I had initially imagined. Hidden cameras throughout the cabin and surrounding area were recording everything. Speakers concealed in the walls could generate sounds or create the illusion of silence. The snow that had driven me to seek shelter was likely some kind of synthetic material designed to dissolve upon close examination. Armed with this knowledge, I began to understand how the trap functioned and how I might escape it. The key was recognizing that most of what I had experienced was artificial, carefully constructed illusions designed to create panic and desperation. The fence wasn't electrified or monitored by guards. It was simply a psychological barrier that most people wouldn't cross. I gathered evidence of the operation, using my phone to document the hidden equipment and photograph pages from the logbook. Despite the device's apparent malfunctions, I discovered that it was actually recording everything normally. The display anomalies were being caused by external interference that could be overcome by shielding the phone with metallic materials I found in the cabin. The exit strategy became clear as I studied the equipment and read through more logbook entries. Previous visitors had been released after specific time periods, likely to prevent outside authorities from launching extensive search operations that might expose the experiment. The longest documented stay was 8 days, after which the individual reported being found by rescue teams in a completely different part of the forest with no memory of how they had gotten there. However, several recent entries described a more sinister development. Some visitors were no longer being released, instead disappearing entirely. The experiment appeared to be escalating, with researchers becoming bolder in their methods and more careless about covering their tracks. I realized that my only chance of escape was to act before the typical release time frame expired. Using tools I found in the cabin's hidden compartments, I disabled several pieces of the weather control equipment and compromised the signal jamming devices. Within hours, the artificial storm began to dissipate, and my phone regained normal functionality. The return hike to the main trail was disorienting, as the landscape had been subtly altered to encourage lost hikers to circle back toward the cabin. However, with the GPS functioning properly and the weather clearing, I was able to navigate directly toward the parking area. When I finally emerged from the forest preserve, I had been missing for 6 days. Diane and local search and rescue teams had been combing the area continuously. My explanation of becoming lost and finding shelter in a natural cave was accepted without question. The truth would have sounded like the ravings of someone suffering from exposure and dehydration. But I kept the evidence, the photographs, the GPS coordinates, the documented proof of what was happening in those mountains. Someday, when I can find the right authorities to trust with this information, I'll expose the people responsible for trapping innocent hikers in their twisted experiment. Until then, I warn every hiker I meet. If you're exploring unfamiliar wilderness areas and a park ranger suggests a specific trail, if the weather suddenly changes without explanation, if you find yourself seeking shelter in a conveniently placed cabin, remember my story. Question everything, trust no one in authority, and never assume that what you're experiencing is natural. Some traps are designed to look like salvation. The sun hung low in the sky as I hiked into the remote back country of the national forest. As a seasoned park ranger, I was no stranger to solo treks deep into the wilderness to check on campsites. But this time felt different somehow. An inexplicable sense of unease prickled at the back of my neck as I walked beneath the swaying pines. I tried to shake it off, attributing my nerves to the recent stresses of the job, dealing with unruly campers, conducting challenging rescues, never having a moment of true solitude. That's why I had volunteered for this particular backcountry assignment. I craved the peace and quiet of the forest, a chance to clear my head and forget about the outside world for a while. As I approached the designated campsite, my steps slowed. Something was very wrong. I expected to find a couple of tents, the flickering light of a campfire, maybe some backpacks and gear strewn about. Instead, there was only eerie stillness and scattered debris. The tents lay in torn shreds, the nylon fluttering forlornly in the breeze. Tattered sleeping bags spilled out like disemboweled intestines. Cooking equipment was strewn haphazardly across the forest floor, dented pots reflecting the fading light. But it was the dark stains splattered across everything that made my blood run cold. It looked like dried blood. A thorough search of the site revealed no bodies, no injured campers in need of assistance. In fact, there were no signs of human life at all. Just an uncanny emptiness that sent shivers racing down my spine. The forest was unnaturally quiet, devoid of the usual chorus of birds and insects. It felt like a vacuum, like all the air had been sucked out of the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, blood-red rays streaked the darkening sky. In the gathering shadows, I spotted something peeking out from beneath a bush, a child's teddy bear. One of its glassy eyes was missing, and the soft fur was matted with mud. When I picked it up, I noticed jagged slash marks across the bear's belly, like it had been torn open by impossibly sharp claws. A haunting howl pierced the twilight, echoing through the trees. It sounded too large to be a wolf, and not quite like any animal I had ever encountered. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as primal fear sank its teeth into me. Something was out there in the woods, something that had attacked this camp and snatched the people in it, something that defied explanation. And now, I was alone with it. As darkness blanketed the forest, I hastily pitched my tent, eager for even the illusion of shelter. My mind buzzed with unanswered questions as I tried to make sense of the scene I had stumbled upon. What could have attacked the camp with such ferocity? Why did it leave no trace of the victims? And that ungodly howl still reverberating in my ears. I had never been a superstitious man, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unnatural at work here. Something that lay beyond the scope of my park ranger training and knowledge of the wilderness. Needing answers, I pulled out my satellite phone and dialed the number for the park headquarters. The signal was weak out here in the back country, but after a few tries, a grizzled voice crackled through the static. It was Murphy, an old ranger who had worked this park longer than anyone could remember. "Murphy, it's Wilson," I said. "I'm out at campsite Delta 5. There's been some kind of attack. The tents are destroyed and there's blood everywhere, but no sign of the campers." There was a long pause on the other end, nothing but eerie silence and the hiss of white noise. Finally, Murphy spoke, his voice low and ominous. "Get out of there, son," he said solemnly. "Don't spend the night." A chill ran through me at his words. Murphy had never been one for dramatics or unfounded fear. "Why? What's going on?" I demanded. But the line suddenly went dead, my question echoing unanswered into the night. With a rising sense of trepidation, I dug out my battered park handbook and flipped to the section on the history of the forest. As I scanned the old black and white photos and yellowed pages of text, a particular passage caught my eye. For centuries, the indigenous tribes of the region avoided the dark heart of the forest, believing it to be the domain of malevolent spirits. According to legend, a creature stalks the woods, a shapeshifter that can take on the form of man or beast. The tribes called it the one who walks like us. It is said to possess an insatiable hunger for human flesh, luring lone travelers to their doom. As I read on with mounting dread, I found disturbing accounts of hikers disappearing without a trace over the years, and grisly reports of mutilated livestock on the outskirts of the forest. The Park Service had always dismissed the stories as nothing more than folklore and superstition. But now, faced with the carnage of the empty camp, I wasn't so sure. A twig snapped in the darkness beyond my tent, and I whipped around, my heart hammering against my ribs. I peered into the inky shadows but saw nothing, just the creaking of branches in the wind. Yet I couldn't shake the skin-crawling sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. Something was out there, lurking. Something ancient and hungry, summoned by the presence of human prey in its forest. And I had walked right into its hunting grounds. I barely slept that night, every rustle of leaves and groan of the wind jolting me awake. Each time I closed my eyes, visions of blood-stained claws and malevolent amber eyes flashed through my mind. When the gray light of dawn finally seeped through the walls of my tent, I wasted no time packing up camp, desperate to put as much distance as possible between myself and the site of the attack. But as I set out along the trail, a grim realization turned my blood to ice in my veins. The signs of the creature's nocturnal hunt were everywhere. The trail was littered with the tattered remains of small animals, rabbits, squirrels, even a fawn. Crimson blood painted the leaves and soft white tufts of fur drifted on the breeze. It was as if the entirety of the forest's fauna had been slaughtered in the night. And yet the carcasses were only half eaten, the kills seemingly abandoned in haste, as if whatever had butchered them was saving its appetite for something else, something larger. With a mounting sense of dread, I realized the truth. It wasn't hunting the animals, it was hunting me. I quickened my pace, my boots pounding against the dirt path. The feeling of being watched intensified, unseen eyes boring into the back of my skull. I whirled around, scanning the dense undergrowth for any sign of movement, but the forest remained still and silent. Too silent. The usual chattering of birds and insects was eerily absent. The only sound, the hammering of my own heart. It was as if every living creature sensed the presence of an apex predator and made itself scarce. Every living creature except me. As I marched onward, a creeping sense of wrongness pervaded the air. The shadows of the trees seemed to shift and flutter in my peripheral vision, even when the wind was still. And the footprints? At first I thought they were bear tracks, large and pressed deep into the soft soil. But as I studied them closer, a shiver ran down my spine. They were distinctly human in shape, But no human foot could possibly be that massive. No human could have left gashes in the bark of the trees, as if clawed hands had raked down the wood. My radio crackled to life, startling me so badly I almost dropped it. Murphy's voice hissed through the static, low and urgent. "Wilson! Wilson, do you read me?" "I'm here," I responded, my own voice shaking. "Listen carefully. You need to get to the ranger station on the North Ridge. Don't stop for anything. Stay off the main trails and watch the trees." "What? Why? Murphy, what the hell is going on?" No time to explain there. Oh God. They're coming. A blood-curdling scream pierced through the radio and then cut off abruptly, plunging me into silence once more. Ice flooded my veins as a chilling realization crystallized in my mind. The creature wasn't just hunting me, it was herding me deeper into the wilderness, away from any hope of help or rescue, and I had played right into its clawed hands. With Murphy's terrified warning still ringing in my ears, I abandoned the trail, plunging into the dense underbrush of the forest. Thorny branches clawed at my face and arms as I crashed through the foliage, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get away from the main paths, away from whatever had taken the old ranger. But with each step, the sense of being stalked only intensified. The shadows grew longer, darker, taking on a miasma of menace. Low-hanging mist curled around the bases of the trees, obscuring the ground. It was like the forest itself had transformed into a living nightmare. And then I saw it, a jagged fissure cleaving the earth, like a gaping wound, a narrow cave entrance yawning open at the base of a cliff face, half hidden by a veil of moss and vines. Desperation overrode caution, and I darted inside, hoping the dank shadows would conceal me from the horrors without. But as I pressed myself against the clammy cave wall, trying to quiet my ragged breathing, my feet slid on something slick and wet. In the faint light filtering through the entrance, I looked down. The cave floor was a lake of blood. Crimson liquid seeped between my fingers where my hand was braced against the stone. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, the walls came into focus. They were covered with deep gouges, the rock itself lacerated by vicious claws. Bits of torn flesh and tufts of hair clung to the stone, some still oozing fresh blood. Oh God, this wasn't a cave, it was a feeding den. A keening whimper echoed from the darkness ahead, the unmistakable sound of human suffering. Heart in my throat, I crept forward, dreading what monstrous scene awaited me. The narrow tunnel opened up into a larger cavern, lit by an eerie phosphorescent glow emanating from clusters of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the walls. Their spectral light illuminated a sight that will forever haunt my nightmares. People, or what was left of them, a dozen terrified campers cowered against the far wall, their clothes shredded and skin streaked with gore. Their eyes were wild with primal terror, staring fixedly at the shadows as if they expected a demon to materialize out of the dark at any moment. And between me and the pitiful survivors, the cave floor was littered with gnawed bones and shreds of human remains. I had found the missing campers, but I was far, far too late. A piercing shriek shattered the subterranean stillness, so loud it made my ears ring. But it hadn't come from any of the survivors. It came from the tunnel behind me, a frenzied, furious howl of bloodlust and hunger that no natural creature could ever produce. I spun around just as a hulking silhouette filled the cave mouth, blotting out the faint daylight. In the luminous fungal glow, I caught a glimpse of matted fur, wickedly curved claws and slavering jaws lined with needle-sharp teeth, eyes that glowed with malevolent amber light, locked onto mine. It had found me, and now, there was nowhere left to run. The creature stalked into the cavern, its massive bulk scraping against the stone walls. In the eerie light, I could see the grotesque details of its form, half-glimpsed horrors solidifying into nightmarish clarity. It moved upright like a man, but there was nothing human in its gait or proportions. Matted, shaggy fur covered its body, dark and wet with the blood of its prey. Mud and bits of flesh caked its forelimbs, ending in clawed hands with a grotesque semblance of humanoid fingers. The head was a horror of savage jaws and lupine features twisted into a leering rictus grin, the maw crowded with yellowed fangs. But the eyes, dear God, the eyes. They glowed with infernal amber light, burning with a feral predatory hunger. And yet, deep within those hellish orbs lurked a spark of cruel, malevolent intelligence. This was no mere animal, no mindless beast. There was a wicked, calculating cunning in its gaze, a consciousness that understood its own monstrous nature and relished in it. Primal, gibbering terror seized me as my brain struggled to process the sheer wrongness of its existence. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee this towering abomination that defied all natural law. But my legs remained rooted to the stone, unwilling or unable to move. Behind me, the survivors erupted into hysterical shrieks, their tenuous hold on sanity shattering at the sight of their tormentor. They gibbered and convulsed against the cavern wall, clawing at their own flesh in the grip of overwhelming horror. The creature's unnaturally intelligent gaze flicked from me to the survivors and back again, a note of cruel amusement flickering across its grotesque features, as if it savored the all-consuming fear it inspired. A rasping, guttural sound emanated from its throat, a perverse approximation of human laughter. It was toying with us, prolonging the terror, relishing our agonized despair before the inevitable slaughter. The stench of it filled the cavern, an overpowering musk of wet fur, rancid meat and coppery blood. It swept over me like a fetid wave, gagging me. As the creature took another step closer, its foul breath washed over my face, reeking of carrion and death. In that moment, I knew with numb certainty that none of us would leave this cave alive. We had stumbled into the lair of an impossible nightmare made flesh, and now we would be ripped apart for its savage amusement. The face of the creature filled my vision, its dripping jaws yawning open wide. Its massive clawed hand reached for me, and all conscious thought fled my mind, replaced only by the purest, most primal horror I had ever known. An involuntary whimper escaped my throat as I stared into the depthless abyss of those amber eyes, my sanity unraveling. This was no legend, no mere campfire tale. It was real, and it was here to claim me. The creature's claws closed around my throat, piercing deep into the flesh. White-hot agony lanced through me as it lifted me into the air as effortlessly as a child lifting a doll. My feet kicked fruitlessly against its bulk as my lungs strained for air. Through the haze of pain and asphyxia, I saw it raise its other arm, razor talons glinting in the spectral light. I braced myself for the killing blow, for the feeling of those wicked claws tearing into my belly. But it never came. Instead, the creature flung me aside contemptuously. I hit the cave wall with bone-jarring force and crumpled to the blood-slick floor, gasping for breath through my bruised windpipe. It had batted me away like a cat toying with a mouse, more interested in prolonging my suffering than granting me a quick death. Through tear-blurred eyes, I watched in numb horror as the creature turned its attention to the survivors, their screams reaching a fevered pitch. They scattered like frightened rabbits before a wolf, scrambling over one another in a fruitless attempt to flee. The creature lunged, a lightning strike of fur and fangs. Bones crunched and flesh tore as it seized the nearest camper, his howls of terror abruptly turning to wet gurgles. Crimson blood splattered the cavern walls. I tried to crawl away, to drag myself towards the tunnel, but my body wouldn't cooperate. Fractured ribs shifted agonizingly with each labored breath, and my limbs trembled uncontrollably, weakened by shock and blood loss. As I lay there, semi-delirious from pain and barely clinging to consciousness, I noticed something I hadn't seen before in my panic. Objects scattered across the cave floor, partially obscured by the glutinous puddles of gore. Shredded backpacks, torn articles of clothing, broken glasses and smashed smartphones, abandoned walking sticks and dented camping cookware, all scattered haphazardly amidst the carnage, a grotesque testament to the dozens of lives snuffed out in this subterranean butcher shop. With a sudden chill, I realized the magnitude of the creature's predation. This wasn't a one-time hunt. The sheer volume of victims' belongings evidenced a long, grisly history of snatching hapless campers from the wilderness above and dragging them down to this bloody den to be consumed at its leisure. How many people had vanished over the years, their disappearances attributed to bear attacks or getting lost in the forest? How long had this nightmare been allowed to persist undetected? Amid the personal effects, I spotted something else. Shards of bone too large to belong to local wildlife. The stripped skulls and rib cages of the creature's previous human prey. Bile rose in my throat as I realized we weren't just its latest victims. We were to be the next servings in an ongoing, horrific feast. An overwhelming sense of despair and hopelessness crushed me. How could anyone possibly stand against a thing like this? A ravenous, cunning abomination that made a mockery of the natural order. It had survived this long by being the perfect predator, avoiding detection and snatching the unwary. Behind me, the dwindling shrieks of the survivors underscored the futility of fighting back. Even if I could muster the strength to stand, I had no weapons, no means of defense. And the unnatural strength and speed of the creature would make any physical confrontation a laughably one-sided affair. It would toy with me, batting me around until it grew bored, then tear me limb from limb. One of the campers staggered into view, his clothes more crimson than khaki, his face a mask of blood and raw agony. He stumbled a few steps, glassy eyes unfocused, then pitched forward across a jumbled pile of gnawed bones. He didn't rise again. The stench of gore was overwhelming now, inescapable. The reek of open viscera and the pervasive copper tang of spilled blood. It coated my tongue, clogging my nostrils. The world wavered around me, my hold on consciousness slipping. I knew shock was setting in, my body shutting down in the face of unrelenting trauma. As the blood-stained cave walls swirled around me, my last despairing thought was that I would never leave this place. I would end as just another collection of shattered bones in the creature's charnel house. My existence erased, my remains mingling with its countless victims. No one would ever know what fate befell me. The darkness reached up to claim me then, a tide of merciful oblivion drawing me under. I hoped I wouldn't awaken again, that the fall into blackness would be my last. Better that than to endure one more moment in this den of horror, awaiting my inevitable gruesome end. Pain dragged me back to waking nightmare, my battered body a chorus of agony. For a single blessed instant, I imagined I had dreamed the horrors of the creature's lair. But the putrid stench and sticky wetness, saturating my clothes, shattered that fleeting fantasy. Groggy and concussed, I raised my head. The cavern was utterly still now, silent save for the slow plunk of blood dripping from stone. Shredded, gory pieces of the other campers lay strewn about like macabre confetti. Of the creature itself, I saw no sign. I knew better than to hope it had simply left. More likely, it was toying with me, a cat grown bored with a broken mouse, content to let its prey twitch and suffer a bit longer before pouncing again. Even so, the instinct to survive, to flee this charnel house, drove me to attempt escape. Biting back a groan, I pushed myself upright on trembling arms, fighting a wave of dizziness and nausea. Fractured bones ground together and torn muscles shrieked in protest as I staggered drunkenly to my feet, nearly pitching face first into a pile of intestines. Wiping blood from my eyes with a shaking hand, I shambled towards the tunnel that had brought me into this abyss. The rational part of my mind knew it was futile. In my deteriorated state, I'd be lucky to drag myself a dozen paces before collapsing. But the primitive animal part of my brain, the part that gibbered in wordless fear and operated on base survival instinct, insisted I try. I had to move, had to put some distance, however minuscule, between myself and the chamber of horrors at my back. Wheezing for air, I limped into the dank tunnel, one hand braced against the stone to keep myself upright. The farther I staggered from the cavern, the deeper the gloom became. The meager illumination from the bioluminescent fungi faded behind me, plunging my path into inky, nearly tangible darkness. And with the darkness, a sense of malevolent watchfulness intensified. A skin-crawling certainty of being observed by unseen, inhuman eyes. I couldn't explain it, but some primal, instinctive part of me felt the creature's presence like a physical weight, an aura of pure malice stalking me from the shadows. I was navigating more by touch than sight, feeling my way along the clammy rock, when my groping fingers found an unexpected hole in the cavern wall. Some side fissure or natural shelf I hadn't noticed before, and within that alcove, rectangular shapes, artificial edges, the distinctive texture of waxed canvas and synthetic fabrics, more abandoned belongings of previous victims, stashed away like obscene trophies or a predator's cache of leftovers. Revulsion coiled through me at the thought of how many lives had ended here, but beneath that disgust, a sudden ember of hope flared to life. If these objects had once belonged to campers, hikers, perhaps park personnel, my questing hands closed around cool metal, a heavy-duty flashlight of the type often clipped to rangers' backpacks. Hands trembling with desperate haste, I fumbled for the switch. Sudden radiance exploded through the tunnel as the beam flared to life, banishing the concealing dark. And in that brilliant flare of illumination, two things happened simultaneously. The first was that I saw the exit, the tunnel mouth opening back into the forest twilight, no more than a dozen yards ahead, so close I could smell the fresh air and moldering leaf litter. The second was that the light glinted off dozens of eyes just behind me. Inhuman, animal eyes, gleaming with reflected radiance and savage hunger. An entire pack of them. The creature somehow multiplied and lying in wait, allowing its prey to crawl along in false hope only to cut off any escape. In the frozen instant before the light shook from my grip as pure terror seized my muscles, before the flashlight shattered on the stone and plunged me back into Stygian blackness, mere inches from the monster's matted fur and hot carnivorous breath, a single numb realization crystallized in my mind with perfect, horrifying clarity. It had never been just one creature. There had always been more stalking the forest, more lurking in lightless tunnels, an entire lineage of preternatural predators as cruel as they were cunning. Not a solitary nightmare, but a pack, a family, perhaps even a species. And they had been here all along, woven into the folklore and history, a darker truth dismissed as mere legend, as isolated disappearances, as mysteries destined to remain unsolved. The true horror crashed over me in the instant before the flashlight died. Not only had I never stood a chance, but no one else did either. And now, in this isolated darkness far beneath the forest, I would pay the price for my ignorance. Months passed, and my physical wounds healed, while the emotional trauma lingered like a malignant cancer, omnipresent and inescapable. In my dreams, I still felt the splintered ends of my own ribs pressing into my lungs with each gasping breath, heard the wet shredding sounds of rendered meat, tasted the coppery slick of blood and viscera on my tongue. Other sensations intruded into my grim memories. The screams of the injured creature as in a final surging burst of desperate strength, I snatched a claw-tipped walking stick from the detritus of previous victims and smashed the improvised weapon into the monster's eye sockets, the splintered end puncturing gelatinous orbs and piercing the abomination's brain. But even then, staggering over a still twitching corpse and clawing my way up the tunnel to a terrified knot of survivors, I knew this was not the end. My flashlight beam cutting through the shocked, blood-drenched faces revealed no triumph or relief, only the same certainty I felt, that the nightmare was only just beginning. Killing one of their number would only draw the pack's ire. Now they knew we could hurt them, maim them, even slay them. The unspoken promise hung in the shadowed air. They would be back, not to feed, but for vengeance. In the surreal days that followed, a succession of blandly indistinguishable officials debriefed us in eerily hushed tones, more concerned with suppressing public awareness than grasping the true terror of our warnings. I watched a flimsy cover story take shape, dismissing the whole incident as a rare bear attack exacerbated by isolation-induced mass hysteria. Any evidence to the contrary vanished into locked files and redacted documents. The forest itself whispered of a cover-up, an unspoken collusion to bury a truth too terrible to acknowledge. We survivors clung to each other, finding a measure of solace in our shared scars, both visible and intangible. But at every rustle of leaves or snapping twig, we flinched, an involuntary spasm of hyper-vigilant dread. The creatures were still out there, after all, hungry, cunning, and now enraged. It was only a matter of time before more went missing, before some unprepared soul wandered down the wrong forest path and vanished forever into fang and shadow. In that unspoken certainty, a grim resolve crystallized within our fractured psyches. We could not unsee what we had witnessed, could not unknow the primal horror stitched into our cellular memory, and we could not simply wait for the inevitable next chapter of the nightmare to play out. So we prepared, quietly, Discreetly, we amassed what weapons we could, what esoteric knowledge we dared to seek out. Silver bullets and blessed blades, eldritch sigils and protective wards drawn from the dustiest annals of folklore and occult whispers. No authority would ever officially acknowledge what stalked those woods, let alone mount an armed response. But we knew. We remembered. And though we were no one's idea of an army, still we set ourselves to a sacred, secret mission, to guard the unwary from suffering our fate, to hunt the monsters that would make prey of humanity. Perhaps it's a hopeless endeavor in the end. An unwinnable war waged in shadows and silence against an enemy that has lurked in lightless places for generations uncounted. But what choice do we have, save to fight until we fall? We cannot unsee, cannot forget, cannot do nothing. For now, we walk in the footsteps of the lost, knowing that somewhere out there, the pack still prowls, licking old wounds and watchful for new prey. But this time, the hunted may yet become the hunters. This time at least, they will not feed unopposed. We are the unsung survivors, the broken watchers standing against the night. And for the sake of every soul yet to wander beneath those twisting boughs, we pray it will enough. The late afternoon sun filtered through the towering pines as I hiked the winding trail deep into the remote backcountry of the national forest. Sweat trickled down my brow and my pack felt heavy on my shoulders. But after 6 years as a park ranger, I was used to long treks into the wilderness. This time was different, though. I was heading out alone to investigate reports of strange occurrences at a remote campsite. As an experienced ranger who had worked everywhere from the dense forests of Oregon to the rolling hills of Pennsylvania, I thought I had seen it all. But the panicked, rambling accounts from the few hikers who had stumbled out of this isolated region had chilled me to the bone. Tales of eerie howls echoing through the night, tents ripped to shreds, and campers vanishing without a trace. The higher-ups wanted answers, so they sent me out to see what I could find. A strange silence hung over the forest as I approached the campsite, nestled in a small clearing. No birdsong, no skittering of small animals in the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to still, letting an oppressive quiet settle over the area like a heavy blanket. A shiver ran down my spine despite the warm early fall air. Something felt wrong. Reaching the camp, my heart nearly stopped. It was in shambles, like a bomb had gone off. Tents were torn to ribbons, their tattered remains fluttering in the faint breeze. Coolers and backpacks were strewn about haphazardly, their contents scattered across the forest floor. But worst of all were the dark stains splashed across the shredded nylon and soaked into the pine needles. Blood, a lot of it. Swallowing hard, I set my pack down and began to investigate the scene with a growing sense of unease. No bodies, just the wreckage left behind. What the hell had happened here? As I gingerly picked through the destroyed supplies, a glint of color caught my eye from beneath a torn sleeping bag. Pulling it free, my stomach clenched. It was a little girl's stuffed bunny, the pink fabric marred by 4 jagged slashes, like claw marks. A piercing howl suddenly cut through the unnatural silence, sending icy tendrils of fear down my spine. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before. Neither wolf nor coyote. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I reached for the rifle slung over my shoulder. The sun dipped below the tree line, shadows pooling beneath the pines. The stuffed bunny tumbled from my shaking hands. What had I gotten myself into? The authorities were little help when I hiked back out to report my unsettling findings. They wanted to write it off as a bear attack or maybe the work of some deranged vagabond. But I knew better. This was something else, something unnatural. Desperate for answers, I began to dig into the history of the area, scouring old newspapers and historical society records for any similar incidents in the past. What I found sent chills down my spine. I wasn't the first to encounter the strange terrors in those woods. For centuries, sporadic accounts emerged of hikers disappearing, of horrifically mutilated wildlife and livestock being discovered by hapless farmers and lumberjacks. Most disturbing of all were the reports from loggers in the early 1900s of mysterious creatures glimpsed moving through the forest, vaguely human in shape, but distorted. The same stories surfaced again and again over the decades before fading into obscurity. Until now, With a heavy sense of foreboding, I sat down with a wizened elder from the local Native American tribe. His deeply lined face grew even more somber as I described the scene at the campsite. "The Wendigo," he whispered in a voice papery with age. "Those who walk like them. The spirits of the lost who consume the flesh of the living. They have stalked these lands since before my people's time." I listened in mute horror as he recounted the grisly tales passed down for generations of unwise hunters pursuing a strange pale deer deep into the forest, only to fall victim to the Wendigo's insatiable hunger. Of the mad homeless men who wandered out from the trees, raving about the Wendigo's icy touch before succumbing to frostbite in the middle of summer. The elder fixed me with a sad, knowing gaze. "The Wendigo is a thing of pure evil," he said gravely. "Many have faced it over the long centuries. None have defeated it. You must be careful, Ranger, or you will join those who walk like them." Driving home that night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from the impenetrable tree line, of cold, inhuman eyes tracking my every move. Wendigo. The name echoed in my head. Just old myths and legends, I tried to assure myself. But deep down I wasn't so sure. Against my better judgment, I ventured back out into the wilderness the following week, determined to uncover the truth behind the strange events. But from the moment I stepped under the shadow of the pines, an inexplicable, primal terror crept over me. I knew these woods, knew them like the back of my hand after years of patrols and rescues, but now an alien quality permeated the once familiar landscape. The birdsong was still eerily absent, the underbrush devoid of small creatures. Even the patterns of light and shadow felt different, unnatural, as if the forest itself had been corrupted by some malevolent force. My radio crackled and hissed with static more the deeper I hiked, my GPS fritzing in and out as if strained by some unseen interference. A sudden flash of movement between the distant trees made me freeze, my heart pounding. There, again, a shadow darting against the normal play of light and shade. Bipedal, fast, but strangely elongated. Adrenaline flooded my veins even as my mind struggled to process the impossible. Crack. The sharp sound of snapping branches shattered the silence. Something large was moving through the undergrowth, and it was coming towards me. Fumbling with my rifle, I braced myself for whatever emerged. But nothing could have prepared me for the grisly sight I encountered around the curve of the trail ahead. Animal bodies, or rather parts of them, littered the forest floor in a wide swath of blood and gore. Deer, rabbits, foxes. It looked like a pack of frenzied wolves had torn through the area. But the pieces were too cleanly severed, the wounds too surgical. No ragged bites or gnaw marks, just glistening red and white bone. I barely had time to comprehend the horror before an agonized human scream pierced the air, followed by the sounds of snapping twigs and crunching leaves. Someone was running through the woods, full tilt. No, two people, from the overlapping footfalls and gasping breaths, running from something. Something that snarled and roared with a voice straight from the depths of hell. Heart pounding, I crashed through the underbrush towards the terrified shrieks, heedless of the branches that tore at my skin and clothing. I had to find them, had to help them, before whatever had butchered those animals found them first. The trail emptied abruptly into a small valley, the rocky slopes rising sharply on either side. I stumbled to a stop, my breath catching in my throat. An enormous cave mouth yawned in the hillside ahead, jagged and black. Claw marks scoured the stone walls, far too large to be from any bear. Some towered over my head, left by something massive and strong enough to gouge solid rock. Movement near the cave made my head snap around. There, two figures staggered out from behind a boulder. A man and a woman, both in their 20s, wearing shredded, blood-stained hiking gear. They took one look at me and broke down, collapsing to their knees as sobs racked their bodies. I ran over, relief and dread warring within me. "It's okay, I've got you," I said, kneeling beside them. "What happened? What's out there?" The man shook his head frantically, his eyes wide and glassy with shock. "Didn't see. Moved too fast. Looked almost human, but not right." Nearby, his female companion rocked back and forth, hugging herself as she repeated the same words over and over in a thready whisper. Screaming. Tore them apart. Eating. A sudden, awful realization clicked into place, colder than ice. I followed the direction of her unfocused gaze to the leaf-strewn ground at the base of the hill. My stomach lurched. Rising from the dead leaves were human footprints, but they were wrong. The proportions subtly off. The toes too long, the ankle joints positioned at an impossible angle. No boot or shoe could leave marks like that. The tracks led towards the cave, then morphed halfway, the human proportions distorting, elongating, becoming something out of a nightmare. I swallowed hard against the bile rising in my throat. "We need to get out of here," I managed. "Now." Darkness came early in the narrow valley, the sun's light blocked by the steep slopes long before true night fell. I built a small fire just outside the mouth of the cave, hoping the light would keep whatever horrors lurked in the forest at bay. The two hikers huddled as close to the flames as they could, still shaking, their eyes haunted. Trauma had rendered them nearly catatonic, able to answer only in monosyllables or garbled fragments. I sorted through my pack with unsteady hands, pulling out my satellite phone. No signal, of course not. Forcing down my growing panic, I turned back to my charges. "I'm going to hike up to the ridge, see if I can get reception to call for help. Stay here, stay by the fire. I'll be back as soon as I can." The man nodded distractedly, but the woman seized my arm in a desperate grip, her nails digging into my skin. "Don't," she whispered hoarsely. "Don't leave us. It's still out there." I covered her icy hand with my own, trying to offer what little comfort I could. "I have to get us help. I won't be gone long, I promise. Just stay in the light." Prying myself free, I slung my rifle over my shoulder and made for the hillside. Fear soured my stomach and competition engines roared in my ears as I picked my way up the rocky slope. All my instincts screamed to flee, to get as far away from this cursed place as I could. But I had a duty to the survivors. I couldn't abandon them to the darkness and the horrors it concealed. I was so focused on reaching the top, on the tiny bars of my phone's display, that I almost missed the flash of pale motion in the periphery of my vision. Something moving against the moonlight filtering through the pines below. Something fast and big. My head snapped up, my heart nearly stopping in my chest. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. There, on the opposite ridge, perched a monstrosity that shouldn't exist outside of demented nightmares. It looked like a man, but impossibly tall and emaciated, its elongated arms hanging to its knees. Tattered flesh the color of a corpse stretched tight over jutting ribs and atrophied muscles. But worst of all was its face, or lack thereof. Where features should have been there was only a featureless expanse of taut grayish-white skin, like a mask pulled too tight. No mouth, no nose, but set deep in bruise-colored sockets. Two milky eyes rolled with frenetic madness, fixing on me with predatory focus. Pure, primal terror, unlike anything I had ever known, slammed through my veins, rooting me to the spot. It saw me. It knew I had seen it. And even at this distance, I could feel the waves of malevolence and hunger radiating from its twisted form. A high, keening wail shattered the night, issuing from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The creature threw its head back in a grotesque approximation of a howl, and then it moved, bounding down the hillside in long, stiff strides, its burning gaze never leaving me. By pure instinct, I brought my rifle to my shoulder and fired, the shots cracking deafeningly in the still air. The thing jerked and spasmed as the bullet struck, but it didn't fall. Thick black ooze dribbled from the wounds, splattering to the rocks below. My last rational thought before I turned to flee was that it wasn't bleeding. The dead don't bleed. I have no memory of the mad flight back down the ridge, of reaching the hikers and all but dragging them into the doubtful safety of the cave. All I remember is blind, unreasoning terror, a need to hide, to escape the icy gaze of the thing that pursued us. The darkness within the cave was absolute, impenetrable even to the thin beams of our flashlights. I pulled the survivors to the floor, heedless of the damp cold radiating up from the stone. "Don't move," I hissed. "Don't make a sound." We huddled together in the inky blackness, shaking uncontrollably as those stiff, uneven footsteps grew closer. Every scrape of rock, every unnatural hitch and pop of joints and bones brought fresh waves of horror crashing over me. I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to scream, run, hide, outstretched arms and grasping fingers. It passed by the entrance with a soft rustle of air, the meaty stench of decay announcing its presence. I didn't dare breathe, silently begging every deity I could think of to let it keep moving, to not let it look within. But the footsteps paused, near the cave mouth, close enough to touch. An eternity passed in the darkness, marked only by the hammering of my heart. And then, mercifully, the footsteps resumed, receding into the night. It was gone. I exhaled shakily, tears of relief burning my eyes. I think it's leaving, I managed. We need to go now, before it comes back. But no one answered. Next to me, the hikers had gone limp, slumped bonelessly against the cave wall. Oh God, had they fainted? I fumbled for a flashlight with nerveless fingers. Hey, I gave them both a rough shake. We have to move, come on. The flashlight clicked on, and the beam fell across the man's face, illuminating wide, sightless eyes and bloody froth oozing over blue lips. His throat had been torn out, vocal cords glistening wetly in the stark light. A scream ripped from my throat, echoing frantically off the stone walls. I scrambled backwards in blind panic, kicking out at the gory ruin that had been a human only moments before. The flashlight tumbled from my hands, rolling to a stop against something soft. Shaking, I snatched it back up, swinging the beam wildly. The woman hung upside down from the ceiling, suspended by something dark and ropey wrapped around her ankles. Her abdomen had been split open from groin to breastbone, putrid coils of intestine spilling out like obscene streamers. Black blood dripped steadily into a spreading pool on the cave floor. Numb horror gave way to realization, colder and sharper than a knife's blade. The thing had never left the cave. It had been here the whole time, watching, waiting, playing with us, and we had walked right into its trap. When the flashlight beam touched the far wall, my mind went blank, unable to process the obscenity splashed across the stone. Bones, yellowed, snapped human bones, dozens of them, dangling from hooks pounded into the rock. Interspersed with the bones were tattered backpacks, faded scraps of clothing, shattered pairs of glasses, all that remained of the Wendigo's countless victims. But worst of all was the smell. The thick, choking reek of rotted meat and fetid decay of cold earth and the grave, permeating every molecule of air. The stench of centuries of slaughter. The light caught a flicker of movement, and I spun, the scream dying in my throat. There, in the shadows, a glimpse of pallid gray skin and malformed limbs, of sightless white eyes in sunken sockets, watching, waiting. More shapes shifted in the darkness behind it, skeletal and hungry. I was in their lair, their den, and they weren't going to let me leave. I ran. There was nothing else I could do. Turning, I fled towards the cave entrance, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly off the damp stone walls. Clawed hands swiped at my back, snagging in my shirt. I wrenched away, fabric tearing, stumbling over the uneven ground. They were right behind me, stiff, elongated legs scissored on either side of me as I burst out of the cave into the night-shrouded forest. The cold air seared my lungs and my muscles screamed in protest, but I pushed myself harder, ducking and weaving between the pines. Have to get away. A flicker in the periphery, a glimpse of something pale and emaciated, keeping easy pace, toying with me. The knowledge sent a flood of pure panic straight to my limbs, terror overriding exhaustion. But I was only human, and they were not. The trail curved sharply ahead, and I careened around the bend, only to skid to a halt, a sob catching in my throat. 3 of the creatures crouched in the path, milky eyes shining with feral hunger in the moonlight, waiting for me, hurting me. I was surrounded. Swallowing a whimper, I raised my rifle with leaden arms, sighting on the nearest monstrosity. The darkness swam before my eyes, exhaustion and dread blurring my vision. Stay back, I croaked, not recognizing my own voice. Stay back. Click. The rifle's magazine was empty, the hammer falling on air. In my panic, I hadn't reloaded after firing on the ridge. Ice flooded my veins as the terrible reality sank in. I was defenseless. They pounced, a flurry of grasping claws and gnashing teeth. I went down hard, fetid breath hot on my face as jaws snapped inches from my throat. Impossibly strong hands pinned my arms, nails like talons piercing my flesh. A hitching, gurgling snarl issued from a mouth that shouldn't exist as a lumpy gray face loomed over me, milky eyes rolling in an almost human expression of malice. I have no memory of the park rangers finding me, of being carried out of those cursed woods. They tell me I was nearly catatonic, gibbering about monsters wearing human skin, about glowing eyes and bloody bones. I woke up 2 weeks later in the psych ward, the doctors murmuring words like mental break and survivor's guilt, convinced I'd gotten lost in the forest and hallucinated the whole thing, that the hikers I'd been searching for had been torn apart by scavengers after dying of exposure. I knew the truth. They released me once I learned to stop talking about what I'd seen. The nightmares, though, persisted. I'd jolt awake into the pre-dawn dark, the phantom taste of blood and decay, heavy on my tongue, convinced the shadows in the corners of my room had eyes. The Park Service fired me not long after. I'd become a liability, jumping at every noise, unable to venture into the backwoods without launching into a hysterical panic. They pitied me, thinking I was just another burnout case. If only they knew. They found the hikers' remains several miles from where I'd encountered the Wendigos, up on a ridge, far from the cave. All traces of clothing and gear were gone. Scavenged, the rangers said. No tracks, no evidence of the massacre I'd witnessed. Case closed, according to the higher-ups. The whole incident swept under the rug. But they couldn't erase what I knew, what I saw. The Wendigos are still out there, watching from the shadows beneath the pines, waiting for the next unwitting hiker to stumble into their hunting grounds. And I was one of the lucky few to survive an encounter with the creatures. The public would panic if they knew the truth, would stay far away from the forests and mountains, crippling the tourist industry. So the Park Service buries the stories, again and again. Easier to let people believe it's just bears, cougars. Let them go out unprepared to face the primal horror lurking in the wild. But I'll never forget, can't forget. Because when the night is dark and the wind moans through the eaves, I swear I can hear that gurgling, hitching snarl, and I know one day I'll hear it in the flesh again. One day, when I venture back into the forest, the way I've always known I would. You see, the Wendigos, we have unfinished business, them and I, and this time, only one of us is walking out of those woods. The dense Alaskan forest closed in around me as I hiked deeper into the untamed wilderness. I had been a park ranger here for years, but this was my first time venturing so far off the normal trails on my own. A series of disappearances in this remote region required investigation, and as the most experienced ranger, I had volunteered to search for the missing hikers. The higher-ups warned me against going solo, but I assured them I knew these woods like the back of my hand. Plus, we were short-staffed after the recent budget cuts. If I didn't go now, before the harsh Alaskan winter set in, those lost souls might never be found. I adjusted my heavy backpack and trudged onward, my boots crunching the carpet of dried pine needles underfoot. Despite the midday hour, the towering evergreens blocked out much of the sun, casting everything in a murky gloom. An oppressive stillness hung in the air, broken only by my labored breaths and the occasional bird call. As I rounded a bend in the faint trail, an icy tendril of unease crept up my spine. Something felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. I surveyed my surroundings with a critical eye. The trees looked the same as always, until they didn't. Were those claw marks gouged into that trunk? Had that oddly shaped shadow always lurked in my peripheral vision? I gave my head a firm shake and picked up my pace. I was just giving in to the jitters that came with being alone in the backcountry. Nothing more than my imagination getting carried away after one too many campfire ghost stories. Still, I couldn't quite shake the feeling of being watched as the forest swallowed me up. A couple miles in, I paused to check my map and get my bearings. As I knelt to brush some debris off a fallen log, a shape in the mud caught my eye. I leaned closer to examine the unusual animal print. At first glance, it resembled a wolf track, but the proportions and depth seemed strangely distorted. No wolf could have left a print that size. A bear, perhaps, but the shape was all wrong. This track belonged to no creature I could identify. Perplexed, I rose and scanned the area for more signs of the mystery animal. Several yards away, I spotted another print, then another. They formed an impossible trail, with an uncanny mix of features from multiple species. The stride length made no sense either, alternating between loping bounds and tight clusters of steps. Every park ranger instinct screamed that such an amalgam could not exist in nature. I pulled out my camera and snapped a few photos of the bizarre tracks. My brow furrowed as I zoomed in on the images. It almost looked as if the tracks were changing subtly between each photo, though that had to be a trick of the light. Absorbed in the photos, I didn't hear the approaching footsteps until a voice cut through the eerie quiet. "Find something interesting there, Ranger?" I nearly leapt out of my skin as I spun to face the interloper. A grizzled older man in tattered flannel regarded me with suspicious eyes. He had the weathered look of someone who had spent a lifetime in these woods. "Oh, hello," I said, trying to slow my racing heart. "I didn't see you there. I'm Ranger Davis with the Park Service. And you are—" I let the question hang. "Hank. I live round these parts," he replied gruffly. "Grew up here. Know these woods better than anyone." His gaze flicked down to the odd tracks, then back up to me. "What brings you way out here, all by your lonesome?" I hesitated, unsure how much to divulge. "Just doing some routine backcountry patrols. We like to keep an eye on the more remote areas." Hank gave a derisive sniff. "Is that so? Seems a mite reckless, wandering these hills solo-like, especially with folks going missing and all." My ears pricked up at that. "Missing? What do you know about the disappearances?" "More than I ought to, probably." He scuffed a boot over the strange prints, erasing them. "Let's just say there's things out here that don't take kindly to outsiders. Things that ain't natural." A chill that had nothing to do with the brisk air shivered through me. "What kinds of things? Animal? Human?" Hanks let out a mirthless chuckle. "Hoo boy, ain't that the question?" He looked over his shoulder as if checking for potential eavesdroppers. Lowering his voice, he continued, "It's ancient, Ranger. Old as these hills theyselves. And hungry. You'd best turn back now, while you still can." With those ominous words, he turned on his heel and melted back into the underbrush, leaving me with far more questions than answers. I looked down at the few undisturbed tracks, dread pooling in my gut. What had I gotten myself into? I stood there, lost in uneasy contemplation, when a rustle of leaves made me whip my head up. Between the distant trees, for just a split second, I glimpsed something, a flash of brown, leathery texture. Antlers or horns, perhaps. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the shape vanished. A deer, surely. That's all it could have been at that distance. And yet, the proportions, the way it slipped through the dense foliage and out of view, it felt decidedly undeer-like. I waited a few beats, hardly daring to breathe, but the forest had returned to its former stillness. With an unsteady hand, I marked the location of the creature sighting in my notebook, alongside a sketch of the uncanny tracks. As I stared at the rough lines on the page, the feeling of isolation pressed in, smothering and absolute. I was a mere speck in this vast wilderness, utterly alone and insignificant. Anything could happen out here, and no one would ever know. Snapping the notebook shut with more force than necessary, I shoved down the rising tide of anxiety. I had a job to do. I couldn't let a few scary stories and overactive imagination get the best of me. Squaring my shoulders, I hefted my pack and soldiered on, deeper into the waiting trees. Time slipped away from me as I forged ahead, scanning the area for any sign of the missing hikers. The weak sunlight filtering through the branches grew fainter with each passing hour, shadows stretching and distorting into strange shapes. I needed to make camp soon, before full dark fell. As I searched for a suitable spot to pitch my tent, a flicker of color amid the brown and green caught my eye. I altered course and pushed through a particularly dense patch of undergrowth. Tangled in a snarl of ivy was a torn piece of fabric, faded red with splatters of what looked like old bloodstains. My heart hammered as I cut it free. It was a scrap of flannel shirt, similar to what one of the missing hikers was last seen wearing. I scoured the immediate vicinity and discovered a half-buried backpack, moldering leaves spilling from a ragged hole in the side. Dropping to my knees, I yanked it out and rummaged through its scattered contents, dread mounting with each item. A tattered trail map, a crushed packet of freeze-dried food, a cracked compass, all standard hiking gear, but no sign of the owner. What had happened here? Was this just an abandoned cache, or something more sinister? The scene gave me a distinctly bad feeling, like I was a trespasser disturbing an ancient crime scene. I bagged the shredded shirt and compass as evidence, and noted the pack's location. The last traces of light were slipping away, and I still needed to make camp before nightfall. With a final glance at the ominous scene, I moved on. Finding a small clearing, I hastily set up my tent and built a modest fire. As I hunched over the weak flames, a can of beans balanced on my knee, the night noises began. At first it was the usual sounds, the hoot of an owl, the skitter of small creatures in the undergrowth. But gradually, other noises filtered in, a snap of twigs, circling just beyond the reach of my firelight, a low guttural growl that sent icy rivulets of fear trickling down my back, and threading through it all, an eerie keening that rose and fell in undulating waves. The hair on my nape prickled as I strained to make out words in that unearthly moan. It almost sounded like my name, but that was impossible. Just the whistling of wind through branches, a product of fatigue and nerves. I was alone out here, completely, utterly alone. Gripping my hunting knife tightly, I retreated to my tent and burrowed into my sleeping bag. I left my boots on and knife unsheathed, though I wasn't sure what good it would do me. Flinching at every rustle and howl, I squeezed my eyes shut and prayed for dawn. Sleep proved elusive as the night stretched on into a hellish eternity. Each time I started to drift off, a twig would snap or the keening would swell louder, jerking me back to heart-pounding wakefulness. As the hours crawled by, paranoia nibbled at the edges of my mind. The noises were too purposeful, too focused on my little camp. Something was out there in the dark, watching, waiting. I huddled in my flimsy nylon cocoon, hardly daring to breathe as I tracked the thing's progress around my tent. It circled like a predator toying with trapped prey, never quite coming into view. I caught the occasional flicker of an inky silhouette slipping between trees or a glint of greenish eyeshine, but never more than a half-glimpsed suggestion. Then, in the darkest pit of the night, the whispering began. At first it was barely audible under the groans and rustles. A sibilant thread of sound, more sensed than heard, but it grew in volume and clarity until the voice enveloped me like an icy fog. "Ranger," it breathed, drawing out the syllables into a repulsive hiss. "Ranger, Davis." I clapped hands over my ears, but it made no difference. The insidious whisper drilled directly into my brain. "I say you," it continued. Its tone changed, taking on a hideously distorted version of my own voice. "Don't you know it's dangerous to be out here all alone? Such terrible things happen in these woods." "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "What do you want?" A blood-curdling screech answered me, half cougar scream, half human. I cringed against my wadded-up sleeping bag, trembling uncontrollably. That was no mere animal. I didn't know what manner of monstrosity lurked in the shadows, but it was intelligent, and it had me dead to rights. After that shriek, the whispering stopped. The thing grew bored of its torment and faded back into the forest. But there would be no rest for me. I spent the remainder of the night propped upright, drenched in fear sweat, jumping at every noise. When the first anemic light of dawn seeped through the tent's walls, I startled so badly I almost stabbed myself in the knee with my knife. I poked my head cautiously out of the tent flap. The pale sun did little to brighten the oppressive murk, but at least I could see more than a couple feet in front of my face. I swept my gaze across the campsite and fell back with a choked cry. My gear had been ransacked, not by a bear or other scavenger, but with a deliberate surgical precision. The tent's rainfly hung in ragged strips from gashes too even for claws. My cookpot had been meticulously crushed flat, like a tin can under a boot, and everywhere gouged into the bark of surrounding trees were strange symbols and crude outlines of horn-crowned humanoids, marking territory, staking claim. There would be no breakfast and restocking for me. It was all I could do to stuff my torn sleeping bag and pitiful remnants of equipment into my shredded pack. Every instinct screamed to flee this place, now, before the monster came back to finish what it started. I snatched up my knife and what was left of my food and water, Then, with a final glance at the violated camp, I plunged back into the woods at a stumbling run, unsure if I was running to something or away. All I knew was I had to move or die. Branches slapped my face and snagged my pack as I crashed through the underbrush in a blind panic. My driving purpose of finding the lost hikers had fled my mind, replaced by the single, primal need to escape. I had to get out of these eldritch woods, away from the creature that defied natural law. But the harder I pushed my battered body onward, the more disoriented I became. The sun dwindled and faded, though it was only midday. Shadows pressed in claustrophobically tight. Had I passed that gnarled, almost humanoid tree stump before? Was I going in circles? There were no landmarks in this bowl of foliage, just an endless, smothering swath of green. I clawed my way to the top of a steep rise, my lungs aflame and legs rubbery. From the crest, I hoped to catch a glance of a road, a trail, anything that could lead me back to civilization. But the view froze the breath in my chest. For miles, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but forest. Dense, primeval, impenetrable. It spilled over distant peaks and choked valleys. No hint of man's presence broke the eerie green swells. I was utterly adrift, a mote engulfed by a dark ocean of trees. And in that expanse, I was not alone. A piercing cry rent the air behind me, spurring me back into my stumbling flight down the hill. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature loped along my trail, roughly bipedal but moving with an agility and speed no human could match. Its form seemed to shift, 1 second an emaciated, leathery shape, the next a shaggy bulk with too many bony protrusions. The only constant was the glinting obsidian of its eyes, and the wicked curve of claws that flexed with each grasping swipe of its arms. I couldn't outrun this thing. Sooner or later, it would have me. My only chance was to find a place to hide and hope rescue came before it caught my scent again. Veering sharply right, I half ran, half tumbled down a crumbling shale embankment. Pain flared in my ankle as I landed wrong at the bottom. I didn't have time to assess the damage. I could already hear the rattle and hiss of the creature scrabbling down after me. Favoring my good leg, I lurched onward, breath sobbing in my throat. Each step sent agony rippling up to my hip, but I couldn't slow down. The forest had swallowed me whole, and I had no choice but to follow where it led. As I staggered around an outcropping of rock, a new sound joined the creature's shrieks and my labored breathing, the babble of fast-moving water, close ahead. A surge of hope gave wings to my battered feet. If I could reach the river, I might be able to mask my scent and confuse my pursuer. I burst through a screen of willows onto the grassy bank of a turbulent river. Without hesitation, I splashed into the shallows, gasping as the snowmelt-fueled water struck my overheated skin. I slogged forward until I reached an area where the current slowed slightly, and several large boulders created eddies. With the last of my strength, I hauled myself atop the nearest rock, well clear of the water. Pressing myself flat against the sun-warmed stone, I peered back toward shore, just in time to see the creature lope out of the underbrush. It paced the bank, head swiveling side to side, nostrils flaring as it tasted the air. I held my breath, not daring to make a sound. After several tense moments, the thing unleashed a frustrated screech. Then, rather than stepping into the water, it began to change. Its body rippled like heat distortion, limbs and hide stretching and shrinking until it resembled a massive bird of prey, its leathery wings easily spanning 12 feet. With a final defiant screech, it flapped ponderously into the air and wheeled away over the treetops. The downdraft of its wings raised whiter kneecaps on the surface of the river. I collapsed against the boulder, eyes gritty with exhausted tears. I had temporarily escaped the creature's clutches, but my ordeal was far from over. I was still lost, injured, and being hunted by an inconceivable monstrosity with powers beyond explanation. As the adrenaline ebbed from my system, I finally looked down at my injured ankle, wincing as I probed the swollen joint. Not broken, but definitely badly sprained. It would seriously hamper my trek out of this hellish place. I gingerly lowered myself back into the calf-deep water and waded toward the far bank, knowing I couldn't stay exposed on the rock. Dragging my waterlogged body ashore, my heart stuttered at the sight of the creature's parting gift. Smeared in the mud at the edge of the tray line were 3 words: "No way out." The malevolent message erased any faint hope that the thing might give up its pursuit. Gritting my teeth, I pushed to my feet and limped into the forest, following the river downstream. My best chance of finding my way back to the main park trails was to stick close to the water, and the river just might deter the creature from attacking outright, as it seemed reluctant to cross running water. But I couldn't count on that tentative defense forever. Sooner or later, I would have to leave the riverside, and the creature would be waiting. I had to find shelter before then, a place to hole up and tend my wounds. As I slogged onward, a slash of discontinuity in the wall of trees caught my eye. I altered course and hobbled closer for a better look. There, nearly concealed under a choking mass of vines, was the time-worn facade of a cabin. The ancient logs were silvery with age, the windows gaping voids of shadow. It hardly looked inhabitable, but any port in a storm, and I was in the tempest of my life. Mustering my dwindling strength, I struggled toward the ruin, praying it would prove sanctuary rather than tomb. The cabin door squealed on rusted hinges, the groan echoing oddly in the hushed forest. It took 2 kicks with my good leg to unstick it enough to squeeze inside. I had to stoop under the sagging lintel, centuries of rot and moisture warping the entire structure into a rheumatic hunch. The interior smelled heavily of mold, dust, and a cloying undertone of old blood. Wan light filtered greenly through gaps between the logs, motes dancing lazily through the stagnant air. The single room had been tossed by careless hands, its meager furnishings strewn about as if a wild storm had raged within the walls. A crude wooden table listed drunkenly on 3 legs in the center, the 4th splintered into kindling. Moth-eaten furs and a stained mattress tick-drooped from a cord-lashed bedframe. Above the soot-blackened hearth, a trophy mount jutted, not a typical deer or elk, but an elongated skull crowned in spiraling bone spires. Definitely no creature I'd ever seen. But the true horror lay in the detritus of previous occupants: shreds of clothing, crushed camping gear, cracked cell phones, all the trappings of modernity mixed amongst items from a far older time. And everywhere, splashed across walls and floor like macabre abstract art, the rust brown of long-dried blood. So this was the lair of the creature, not just a den, but a trophy room where it brought its victims. A wave of despair crushed the air from my lungs. Those campers and hikers I'd been searching for, there would be no rescuing them, only avenging. As I limped further into the room, glass crunched under my boots. Crouching, unmindful of my protesting ankle, I brushed away leaf litter to reveal a shattered picture frame. With shaking fingers, I extracted the photograph. Despite water and age damage, I could make out a group of men, Native American by their dress, posing proudly before the very cabin I now stood in. The date stamped in the corner was 1903. I flipped the photo over, hoping for some identifying names or location. On the back, penned in a spidery scrawl, were the words, "The Last Hunt, Black Elk, Hahakasapa, Skinwalker. Our work is finished." The musty air turned to ice in my lungs. I knew those names from my time among the local tribes. Black Elk was a famed Sioux medicine man, a fierce protector of his people's ways. I'd heard whispers of his battles with unnatural evils, dark things spawned in the shadows beyond firelight. But what was a skinwalker? The term rang a faint, dreadful bell, but I couldn't place it. Tucking the photo into my pocket, I scoured the rest of the cabin for anything that might aid my survival or fill in the blanks of this fragment of history. But aside from a few sealed tins of ancient food and a Bowie knife caked in something I desperately hoped wasn't human blood, the place had been stripped clean of anything useful by decades of transients and ne'er-do-wells, and, more recently, by the creature. The shadows were thickening into evening murk. I couldn't risk a fire, not with that thing out there, but my small flashlight still worked. Retrieving the knife, I propped myself in a corner with the clearest sightlines to the door and windows. The blade would make a poor defense against a supernatural being, but it was better than harsh language. As I settled in for a long night of terrified vigilance, I realized with sinking certainty that I was trapped, This remote cabin was as much a prison as it was a shelter. I could only pray that rescue would come before the creature tired of toying with me and closed in for the kill. For the first time in my life, I had no plan, no clear trail to follow, only the blind instinct to survive, no matter the cost. As the night noises started up again outside the splintered walls, I clutched my puny flashlight and willed the dawn to come. It was going to be a long night. Time slurred into a muddy flow, exhaustion and dread blurring its passage. The night dragged on, my body sinking into a kind of trance state where nothing existed but the slow in-out of breath and the weight of the knife in my fist. I had long ago given up any pretense of plan or escape. I merely endured. Then, cutting across the cottony hum between my ears, a new sound. Distinct, deliberate, a footstep on the threshold. It started soft, the scuff of feet, fabric sighing across floorboards. The creak of weight settled on ancient wood. Then, a rhythmic tap, 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 sharp and taunting, inches from the barricaded door. I scrabbled upright, knife extended with quivering arm. Was the creature done with the cat and mouse game? Ready to end my torment? I recoiled against the wall as a voice oozed through the gaps in the logs. Little pig, let me come in." The voice was a guttural raps, an obscene mockery of the old nursery rhyme. I cringed at the slow drag of claws across the door, trembling as the voice shifted into an all-too-familiar tone. "Open the door, honey. It's your old pal Hank." The cadence matched the old hunter's perfectly, but underlaid with a sepulchral rattle. The thing chuckled wetly at my sharp intake of breath. "Surprised? You're an open book, Ranger. I know every thought, every memory, every fear in that head of yours. That's the problem with you outsiders. You come into our territory, leaving psychic scent trails, never knowing what's tracking you." I flinched as the tap-tap-tap resumed, circling the perimeter of the cabin. It paused by the sole window, a deeper patch of black against night. A shaft of moonlight struck its face as it leaned into view, and I reeled back in horror. Hank's features stared back at me, but twisted into a vulpine leer, utterly alien to the gruff woodsman. His skin looked waxy, semi-translucent, more mask than living flesh, and the eyes, depthless pits of swirling void, windows into another world of malice and hunger. It was devouring me with those eyes, stripping away my humanity, my very identity. I tore my gaze away with a sob. It wasn't Hank. The creature was wearing his face, puppeting his voice and memories, all to dig barbs into my mind, break me with psychological warfare before making the killing strike. "Do you know what we are?" Not Hank hissed, its breath fogging the glass. "What you're dealing with. I am Hohaka Sapa, Black Elk, the last of the true skinwalkers. Do you even know what that means, little ranger?" It grinned at my headshake, baring teeth too sharp and numerous for any human mouth. A skinwalker is power. The power to wear any shape, any face, to feed on terror and rend flesh from bone. Once we were many. Once the people feared and respected us. Now, I am the only one left, a dwindling spirit in a dying world. The parody of Hank's face sloughed away like shed snakeskin, revealing a nebulous, churning mass shot through with lambent green embers. But this is still my world, my forest. Did you really think you could trespass here without consequence? That I would let you steal away my prey, my rightful meat? Shapes boiled to the surface of its malleable flesh. Screaming faces, grasping hands, the antlers of that strange skull mount, all the stolen lives, the consumed essences, writhing in overlapping cacophony. I cried out, a meaningless animal sound, and thrust my paltry knife at the window. That only amused the creature. Chuckling, it slid out of view, the susurrus of its passage fading into the groans and rustles of the nightly forest. But I knew it wasn't gone. Just biding its time, savoring my agony and confusion. It would be back to finish our little tete-a-tete, and no matter what form it took, what mind it pilfered, the result would be the same, a lonely death, so far from any help or hope. The knife slipped from my numb fingers as I slid down the wall into a boneless crouch. What was the use of fighting? I was a mote in the eye of a pitiless universe, a speck of sentience about to be snuffed out by primordial forces beyond my comprehension. Hot tears spilled down my face, carving runnels through the grime. In that moment, I almost welcomed the idea of surrendering. Anything to be free of the mind-shredding terror. The unbearable pressure of fending off an unnatural evil far beyond mortal scope. At least it would be an ending, a consummation, better than this unendurable limbo. But as I slumped against the fetid timbers of the cabin floor, my fingertips brushed a scrap of paper, shaken loose from my pocket during my mad scramble. The photograph of Black Elk and his mysterious party, faded and blurred but still legible. I clutched it like a talisman, a lifeline hurling me up from the pit of despair. Black Elk had defeated this thing before, driven it into dormancy, if never truly killing it. He was medicine man, a servant of the powers. If he could face the skinwalker and survive, there had to be a way. Ignoring the shriek of protest from my joints, I pushed to my feet, bracing against the wall. I would not lay down and die like a stunned rabbit. I was a ranger, damn it. A defender of these lands and all who walked them. It was far too late to save myself, but I could still avenge the skinwalker's victims. Cut the heart from this shadowed corner of the world and pin it, writhing to the light. I didn't need to outfight the creature, just outwit and outlast it. If I could hang on until dawn, make it back to the river, the running water. Skinwalkers had power, but also limitations. It was a start. Lips peeling back from my teeth in a feral grin, I brandished my knife at the waiting night. "All right, you bastard, let's finish this. Come and get me." The darkness echoed with monstrous laughter, and the hunt was on again. I exploded out of the cabin in a lurching run, dodging and weaving like a mad thing. Every shadow seethed with the promise of claws. Every sigh of wind spoke with stolen voices. But I was through with skulking and hiding. If I was to be prey, I would make the skinwalker work for its meal. My ankle shrieked like a rusty hinge with each jolting stride, the pain a red veil over my vision. But I used it, funneling the agony into the engine of my flight, the fixed thought of the river my only guide. I had to reach it before the creature cut me off or ran me to ground. The night behind me reverberated with the skinwalker's mind-rending cries, a disorienting melange of human and animal. The heavy thud of its misshapen feet drew ever closer, the fetid heat of its breath searing the back of my neck. But I had one final trick up my tattered sleeve. In the last mad dash, I shrugged out of my pack, spilling its meager contents behind me. The empty tins from the cabin, the cracked compass, a precious flask of rainwater. Each clattered and clanged as the skinwalker trampled them, a breadcrumb trail to slow its terrible advance. Finally, as the pack itself tangled in the thing's legs, I heard it stumble with an almost comical squawk. A fleeting sensation of triumph surged through my veins, lending wings to my feet. The white noise of the river crescendoed ahead, its rushing babble an anthem of hope. I risked a glance over my shoulder as I careened out of the tree line. The skinwalker thrashed free of the pack's embrace and rallied for one last charge. Its body seethed and stretched like churning clay, cycling through forms in quick succession. Hank's cruel leer, a bristling bear shape, the sickle curves of the antlered skull. Finally, as if realizing the limitations of physical form, it collapsed into a bounding pool of utterly black matter, a void made material. That liquid darkness crashed against my heels as I hit the verge of the river. Time seemed to slow as I gathered my legs beneath me. The far bank a mocking distance away. With a roar to match the skinwalker's skull-splitting cry, I launched myself out over the frothing rapids. For a single, breathless moment I was flying, untethered from anything solid or sane. Then I struck the far bank in a graceless tangle of limbs, star-spangled darkness crowding the edges of my vision. Choking on river water and my own tears, I dragged my brutalized body up the bank, unable to tear my gaze from the horror behind me. The skinwalker flowed to the very lip of the water, a hypnotic tide of flickering eyes and yawning mouths, but it came no further. As the leaden light of dawn started to bleed across the sky, the creature shuddered and recoiled, its substance breaking into wispy tendrils. It spat a few last curses in a language unheard by the modern world, then sluiced back into the waiting forest with a sibilant hiss. I collapsed on the opposite verge, boneless with exhaustion and residual dread. Overhead, the rising sun burned away the clinging mist, rendering the world in its usual colors again. But nothing would ever look the same to me, not after what I'd seen. What I now knew stalked the spaces between. I'd caught a glimpse behind the veil of reality, and I couldn't unsee it. A sigh that was half laugh, half sob spilled from my cracked lips. I had made it, survived, but there would be no celebrations, no reunions. Even if I mustered the strength to hike out of there, I could never go back to the man I was before. That ranger was gone, devoured by the skinwalker as surely as the lost campers. In his place was something new, something harder, warrior, and infinitely more tired. All I wanted in that moment was to lay my head down and sleep for a century, let the forest have its secrets and sorrows. But I couldn't, not yet. Grunting with effort, I fished the battered photo of Black Elk from my pocket and held it up to the light. Now I understood all too well the somber, burdened expressions on those men's faces. They too had stared into the darkness and taken up its duties as their own. I had a new mission now, to safeguard this place. Of all the traditions my father and I shared, our annual fishing expedition remained the most sacred. After my mother's death 3 years prior, these trips became our lifeline, a wordless pact that for 1 week each year, we would abandon the suffocating familiarity of suburban life and simply exist. Typically, this meant loading our battered Ford pickup and driving down to the crowded banks of the Russian River, competing with dozens of other weekend warriors for prime fishing spots. But for my 17th birthday, marking what felt like my final summer before the crushing weight of senior year descended, my father had arranged something extraordinary. A fly-in cabin on the remote upper reaches of the Kenai River. No roads, no neighbors, no cellular towers piercing the horizon. Just us, a weathered log structure, and one of Alaska's most legendary salmon runs. The flight aboard the vintage de Havilland Beaver proved nothing short of spectacular. I pressed my face against the scratched plexiglass window, watching the endless expanse of the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge unfold beneath us, like a living map. The wilderness stretched in every direction, an unbroken carpet of deep green spruce, punctuated by countless lakes that gleamed like scattered coins. The river itself carved through this primordial landscape like a surgeon's incision, its waters an impossible shade of turquoise that seemed almost artificial in its intensity. Our pilot, a grizzled veteran whose weathered hands moved over the controls with practiced ease, brought us down onto the water's surface with the delicate touch of a master craftsman. The floats kissed the river with barely a whisper, and suddenly we were gliding toward our destination. The cabin materialized from the tree line like something from another century. Constructed entirely of massive dark logs, chinked with white mortar, it squatted on heavy timber stilts that elevated it just feet above the rushing water. A covered porch wrapped around 3 sides, its rough-hewn railings already darkened by years of weather and neglect. Smoke curled lazily from a stone chimney that looked substantial enough to withstand decades of brutal Alaskan winters. As we unloaded our gear onto the small floating dock, the pilot's demeanor shifted subtly. "Radio's inside if you need anything," he said, his voice carrying an undertone I couldn't quite identify. "Weather's supposed to hold for the week, but up here things can change fast." He paused, studying the wall of dark spruce that pressed close to the cabin's perimeter. "Keep an eye on the fog. River gets cold at night, and when that mist rolls in heavy, it can play tricks on a man's mind." With that cryptic warning, he fired up the Beaver's engine and taxied back toward the center of the river. Within minutes, the aircraft had lifted off and disappeared beyond the mountains, its engine drone fading until only the constant murmur of flowing water remained. We stood on the dock in absolute silence, suddenly aware of just how isolated we truly were. The air itself felt different here, thicker, charged with the clean scent of spruce resin and the mineral smell of snowmelt. Every breath seemed to carry the weight of untouched wilderness, of places where human footprints remained rare and temporary. The river's voice dominated everything else, a deep, persistent rumble that spoke of immense volumes of water carving their ancient path toward the sea. Inside, the cabin revealed itself to be Spartanly functional but well-maintained. A single large room housed everything, Two narrow bunk beds with military-precise wool blankets, a massive cast-iron wood stove that would serve for both heating and cooking, and a small table crafted from what appeared to be a single slab of spruce. Kerosene lanterns hung from pegs driven into the log walls, their glass chimneys blackened by years of use. A hand-pumped well provided water, while an outhouse 50 yards into the trees served other necessities. "This is perfect," my father said, and I could hear genuine satisfaction in his voice. He moved through the space with the economic precision that marked everything he did, a legacy of his 2 decades in the military that had never fully left him. No distractions, no excuses, just us and the fish. That first evening, as we organized our tackle and prepared for the week ahead, I felt a contentment settle into my bones that I hadn't experienced in months. The pressures of high school, college applications, and an uncertain future seemed impossibly distant. Here, surrounded by wilderness that had remained essentially unchanged for millennia, such concerns felt trivial and manufactured. As darkness approached, we lit the kerosene lanterns and fired up the wood stove. The cabin filled with warm, dancing light that pushed back against the gathering night outside. Through the windows, I could see the first wisps of fog beginning to form above the river's surface. Delicate tendrils of white that seemed almost alive as they writhed and coalesced in the cooling air. "Gets pretty thick some nights," my father observed, following my gaze. "But that's what makes it feel like we're really away from everything." I nodded, watching the fog grow denser with each passing minute. What had started as scattered wisps was rapidly becoming a more substantial presence, creeping up from the water's surface and beginning to probe the edges of our small clearing. There was something mesmerizing about its movement, the way it seemed to reach and explore, testing the boundaries of land and water like a living organism. By the time we settled into our bunks, the fog had thickened into an impenetrable wall that pressed against the cabin windows like a living thing. The river's constant murmur became muffled and distant, as if the white shroud had swallowed not just the landscape, but sound itself. I lay in the narrow bunk, listening to my father's steady breathing from across the room, and felt the profound isolation of our location settle over me like a heavy blanket. Sleep came gradually, aided by the wood stove's warmth and the honest exhaustion that followed a day of travel and anticipation. My last conscious thought was of tomorrow's fishing, of standing waist-deep in that incredible turquoise water and feeling the electric thrill of a salmon strike transmitted up through the rod into my hands. Dawn arrived with a crystal clarity that made the previous night's fog seem like nothing more than a half-remembered dream. I stepped onto the porch with my first cup of coffee and found myself looking out over a landscape so pristine it seemed carved from pure light. The river ran clear and strong, its turquoise waters catching the early sun and throwing it back in thousands of brilliant flashes. Across the water, the wall of spruce rose like a green cathedral, while beyond that, the snow-capped peaks of the Kenai Mountains pierced a sky so blue it almost hurt to look at directly. "This is what we came for," my father said, emerging from the cabin with his own steaming mug. His face wore an expression of deep satisfaction that I hadn't seen in months. The tension that seemed permanently etched around his eyes, a combination of work stress and the lingering grief over my mother's death, had already begun to soften. We spent the morning rigging our fly rods and studying the water. My father, whose patience had been forged through 20 years of military discipline, walked me through the subtle art of reading the river's currents. He pointed out the seams where fast water met slow, the undercut banks where salmon might rest, the deeper pools that promised to hold fish. "The sockeye run's just starting," he explained, his voice taking on the instructional tone I remembered from childhood fishing lessons. "They're staging in the deeper water, building up energy for the final push to their spawning grounds. That's where we want to focus." By noon, we were waist-deep in water so cold it made my bones ache despite the heavy neoprene waders. The current was a constant, powerful presence against my legs, a reminder that this river commanded respect. My father positioned himself upstream, demonstrating the precise cast and retrieve that would draw strikes from the migrating salmon. His first fish came with shocking violence. One moment his line was drifting peacefully through a promising seam, The next, his rod bent nearly double as something large and furious tried to tear it from his hands. The reel screamed as line peeled off, and I watched in amazement as a chrome-bright sockeye launched itself completely clear of the water 30 yards downstream. "That's how they fight," he called over the sound of rushing water, his voice tight with concentration as he worked the fish back toward us. "Pure muscle and bad attitude." The salmon's battle was magnificent and doomed. It ran, it jumped, it dove for the rocky bottom. But my father's experience and equipment proved superior. When he finally brought the fish to hand, its sides gleamed like polished silver, with just the hint of the red coloration that would deepen as it moved closer to its spawning destiny. My own success came an hour later. A smaller but equally fierce female that nearly spooled my reel before I managed to turn her head upstream. The fight left my arms shaking and my heart hammering. But holding that perfect fish in my hands felt like touching something wild and eternal. We caught our limit by late afternoon, 6 pristine sockeye that would provide more than enough protein for the week ahead. As we cleaned our fish on the cabin's small porch, the satisfaction of a successful day settled over us like a warm blanket. These weren't hatchery fish raised in concrete runs. These were wild salmon that had survived everything the ocean could throw at them, only to return to these exact waters where they had been born years before. "Tomorrow we'll try for some of the big kings," my father said, as he filleted the last fish with practiced strokes of his razor-sharp knife. "I heard there are some 40-pound monsters in the deeper holes." That evening's dinner was transcendent. Fresh salmon steaks sizzled in the cast-iron skillet while potatoes roasted in the wood stove's heat. My father produced a small flask of whiskey from his pack and allowed me a careful sip. The burn of aged bourbon mixing with the taste of perfectly cooked fish and the profound contentment of a day well spent. As darkness approached, we sat on the porch watching the first tendrils of fog begin to form above the water's surface. What had seemed magical the previous night now felt routine, even comforting. This was simply what happened here when day gave way to night, the river's warm surface meeting the cooling air and producing this ethereal white shroud. "Hard to believe we have 5 more days of this," I said, leaning back in my chair and feeling more relaxed than I had in months. "Better enjoy it," my father replied, though his tone carried a note of satisfaction. "Real world's going to seem pretty ugly after a week of this." The fog thickened gradually, following the same pattern as the night before. First came the delicate wisps that danced above the water like spirits, then the more substantial banks that began to obscure the far shore, and finally the complete white wall that pressed against our small circle of warmth and light. As we prepared for bed, banking the fire, and extinguishing all but one kerosene lantern, I felt the deep tiredness that comes from honest physical exertion and clean mountain air. My muscles ached pleasantly from hours of fighting fish and current, and the prospect of 5 more days like this one filled me with anticipation. The last thing I saw before sleep claimed me was the fog pressing against the cabin windows, transforming them into squares of opaque white that seemed almost solid in their intensity. The river's murmur faded to a distant whisper, and the absolute silence that followed felt like being wrapped in cotton. But somewhere in the depths of that silence, just as I crossed the threshold into sleep, I thought I heard something else, a faint, rhythmic sound that seemed to come from outside the cabin. Tap, tap, tap. So soft it might have been imagined, so regular it couldn't have been natural. I listened for a moment, but the sound didn't repeat, and exhaustion pulled me down into dreamless sleep. The second night began identically to the first. Another perfect day of fishing had left us exhausted and satisfied, our limit of sockeye cleaned and stored in the cabin's small icebox. The fog rolled in with the same ethereal beauty, transforming our solid world into something mysterious and otherworldly. But as I lay in my narrow bunk, listening to the muffled sounds of the river through the white shroud outside, that faint tapping returned. Tap, tap, tap. This time there was no mistaking it for the edge of sleep playing tricks on my mind. The sound was distinct, deliberate, and coming from somewhere just outside the cabin wall. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear over the whisper of my own breathing and the distant murmur of the river. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was too regular to be a branch moved by wind. Besides, the air outside was completely still, as it had been both previous nights when the fog descended. This was something else, something that spoke of intention and purpose. My first thought was another camper, perhaps someone who had hiked in and was seeking shelter. But the nearest trail was 15 miles away, and no one in their right mind would attempt that journey in fog this thick. I sat up carefully, trying not to make the bunk's ancient springs creak. Across the room I could see my father's outline in the dim glow from the banked wood stove. He was awake too, his head cocked at an angle that spoke of intense listening. Our eyes met across the small space, and I saw my own concern reflected in his expression. The tapping continued, moving along the wall toward the front of the cabin. Each sound was crisp and clear despite the fog's muffling effect, the unmistakable noise of something hard striking the thick log walls. As it reached the corner and turned toward the door, my father slipped silently from his bunk. His movements carried the fluid economy of his military training, no wasted motion or unnecessary sound. He reached the door and placed his ear against the heavy wood, listening intently. The tapping stopped immediately. For perhaps 30 seconds, silence ruled. Not even the river's constant murmurs seemed to penetrate the white wall outside. Then, with shocking suddenness, 3 sharp raps struck the door itself, so loud and forceful that the entire cabin seemed to shudder. My father jerked back as if the wood had burned him, his face pale in the stove's dying light. He raised his hand, signaling for absolute silence, and moved to the window beside the door. But the fog outside was so thick that the glass might as well have been painted white. There was nothing to see, no shadow or movement that might explain the sounds. For the next hour, we waited in tense silence. The tapping came irregularly now, sometimes against the walls, sometimes seeming to originate from the roof, occasionally returning to the door with those same forceful raps that made the heavy timber frame vibrate. Whatever was making the sound moved around the cabin's perimeter with a fluid ease that suggested intimate familiarity with the terrain. "Could be a bear," my father whispered during one particularly long silent interval. But his voice carried no conviction. We both knew that bears didn't make sounds like that, deliberate, rhythmic, almost musical in their precision. When dawn finally broke, we found absolutely nothing. No tracks in the soft earth around the cabin, no scratches on the log walls, no evidence that anything had visited us during the night. The fog had lifted with the rising sun, revealing the same pristine wilderness we had fallen asleep to. If not for our shared experience, I might have convinced myself the entire episode had been a product of isolation and imagination. But my father's grim expression told me he was taking it seriously. He walked the cabin's entire perimeter twice, studying the ground with the methodical intensity he brought to everything. His military training had taught him to gather intelligence first, then form theories. But the complete absence of physical evidence seemed to trouble him more than if he had found clear signs of an intruder. "We'll keep the radio closer tonight," he said finally, "and maybe bank the fire a little higher. Could be the light helps keep whatever it is at a distance." The third night, the pattern repeated with subtle but unsettling variations. The fog descended with its usual ethereal beauty, and the tapping began around midnight. But this time the sounds were more complex. Not just the simple percussion we had heard before, but something that almost resembled communication. Long sequences of rapid taps followed by periods of silence, then slow, deliberate strikes that seemed to carry weight and meaning. More disturbing was the location. While the previous nights had featured sounds that moved around the cabin's exterior, tonight they seemed to come from directly beneath the floor. The cabin sat on heavy timber pilings that elevated it several feet above the ground, creating a dark space underneath that we hadn't bothered to explore. Now, lying in our bunks and listening to those measured taps rising through the floorboards, that space seemed suddenly ominous. "It's trying to get our attention," my father said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever it is, it knows we're here, and it wants us to know it's here too." The thought sent ice through my veins. The idea that something might be deliberately attempting to communicate with us, or perhaps intimidate us, transformed our isolated cabin from a refuge into something that felt increasingly like a trap. Neither of us slept that night. We lay in our bunks, listening to the sounds move from beneath the floor to the walls to the roof and back again, following no pattern we could discern, but maintaining that same deliberate, almost musical quality that spoke of intelligence rather than random animal behavior. By the time dawn arrived, we were both exhausted and on edge. The previous day's fishing had been mediocre, our concentration shattered by lack of sleep and growing anxiety. Now, as we prepared for our fourth day on the river, I could see the strain beginning to show in my father's face. The relaxed contentment of our first days had been replaced by a watchful tension that never quite left his eyes. "One more night," he said as we rigged our rods. "If it happens again tonight, we start thinking about cutting the trip short." The admission shocked me. My father was not a man who abandoned plans lightly, and I knew how much this week meant to him. But I could also see the calculation in his expression. The same risk assessment that had kept him alive through military deployments in places where complacency could be fatal. As we waded into the river's cold embrace, I found myself glancing frequently at the tree line, searching for any sign of movement or watching eyes. The wilderness that had seemed so welcoming now felt filled with hidden observers, and every shadow held potential threat. The fish seemed to sense our distraction. Despite finding promising water and perfect conditions, our hooks remained largely empty. It was as if the river itself had turned cold toward us, withdrawing its gifts in response to some violation of hospitality we couldn't understand. Our fourth day dawned overcast and still, with low clouds pressing down on the mountains like a gray ceiling. The air felt heavy and expectant, charged with the promise of weather that might change everything. My father studied the sky with the practiced eye of someone who had learned to read nature's moods, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "Pressure's dropping," he said, tapping the small barometer he always carried. "Could be looking at a storm system moving in." We decided to fish a different section of the river, a wide gravel bar about a quarter-mile downstream from the cabin where deeper channels promised larger fish. The walk required following a faint game trail that wound through dense alder thickets and stands of towering spruce. Every step seemed to take us deeper into wilderness that felt increasingly alien and unwelcoming. The gravel bar itself was a masterpiece of natural architecture, a crescent of smooth stones deposited by countless floods, creating perfect habitat for staging salmon. The water ran deep and green along the far edge, with enough current to keep fish moving, but sufficient depth to provide security. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a fly fisherman's paradise. But our luck continued its downward spiral. Despite perfect technique and proven flies, the fish remained stubbornly uninterested. My father worked the water with methodical precision, covering every promising lie, but his offerings were consistently ignored. I had slightly better fortune, managing to hook two small sockeye that fought half-heartedly before coming to hand with what seemed like resignation rather than the usual explosive energy. It was during one of my casts into a particularly promising channel that my line snagged on something heavy. I assumed it was the inevitable submerged log or boulder that claimed countless flies, but when I waded out to investigate, my fingers closed around something that made my stomach clench with revulsion. The object was clearly man-made, but unlike anything I had ever encountered in decades of fishing with my father. It appeared to be some sort of fishing lure, but constructed from materials that belonged to a different century, or perhaps a different world entirely. The body was carved from what looked like yellowed bone, shaped into a crude approximation of a fish, but with anatomical details that seemed wrong somehow, as if created by someone who had only heard fish described, but had never actually seen one. The line attached to this grotesque lure wasn't modern monofilament, or even the older braided lines I had seen in antique tackle shops. Instead, it appeared to be constructed from dried sinew or gut. Long strands of organic material that had been twisted together into a cord both strong and revolting. The substance felt greasy and unpleasant against my fingers, with an oily residue that seemed to cling to my skin. But it was the hook that transformed discomfort into genuine horror. Instead of the precisely engineered steel points we took for granted, this lure bore a shard of what appeared to be black volcanic glass, obsidian perhaps, that had been flaked and shaped into a barbed point of vicious effectiveness. The stone was lashed to the bone body with more of the sinew cord, creating a weapon as much as a fishing tool. "Dad," I called, my voice tight with an anxiety I couldn't fully explain. "You need to see this." He waited over carefully, his expression shifting from curiosity to deep unease as I held out the abomination. He took it from me with obvious reluctance, turning it over in his hands with the same careful attention he might give to an unexploded ordnance. His 20 years of military service had exposed him to weapons and tools from cultures around the world, but this clearly fell outside his experience. "This is old," he said finally, his voice carrying a note of respect mixed with revulsion. "Really old. And it's not recreational fishing gear." The craftsmanship was undeniable, despite its primitive materials. Whoever had created this tool understood the physics of fishing, the balance, the action in water, the lethality required to hook and hold fighting fish. But there was something else in its construction, something that spoke of purposes beyond mere sustenance fishing. "Could be Native American," I suggested, though the word sounded weak even to me. I had seen examples of traditional fishing gear in museums, but this felt different, not just primitive but somehow wrong, as if it had been created according to principles that had nothing to do with normal human needs. My father held it at arm's length, studying the obsidian point with professional attention. "This could take your hand off," he said grimly. "Look at those barbs. This isn't designed to catch fish. It's designed to never let them go." The implication sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the cold water around my legs. This was a tool designed by someone who approached fishing not as sport or even survival, but as something approaching warfare, a means of capturing prey with maximum efficiency and minimum mercy. "Leave it," my father said abruptly, his voice carrying the flat authority I remembered from childhood. "Whatever this is, whoever made it, we don't want anything to do with it." He dropped the grotesque lure onto the gravel bar as if it had burned him, then stepped back several paces. The bone and obsidian construct lay there like a piece of evidence from some unsolved crime, its alien construction making it seem impossibly out of place in our modern world. But even as we walked away, I found myself glancing back at it repeatedly. There was something magnetic about the artifact, something that drew the eye despite its repulsive nature. It seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, as if the intentions of its creator had somehow been embedded in the very materials. The fishing remained poor for the rest of the day, and I couldn't shake the feeling that our discovery of the bone lure had somehow marked a turning point. The river that had welcomed us so warmly during our first days now felt hostile and watched. Every shadow along the bank seemed to hide observing eyes, and every sound from the forest carried undertones of threat. As we made our way back to the cabin that evening, the clouds continued to lower and thicken. The air itself felt oppressive, charged with the kind of electric tension that preceded violent weather. But there was something else in the atmosphere, a sense of building presence that had nothing to do with meteorology and everything to do with the growing certainty that we were no longer alone in this wilderness. The fog that evening descended earlier and thicker than ever before, rolling off the river in great billowing masses that swallowed the landscape with shocking speed. Within minutes, our small clearing had become an island of dim light surrounded by an impenetrable white wall that seemed to press against the cabin windows like a living thing. And somewhere in that white darkness, we both knew, something was waiting for full night to fall. Night brought fog so dense it seemed to have physical weight, pressing against the cabin windows like gray wool while transforming our small refuge into an island floating in a sea of white nothing. The temperature had dropped with the sun, and even with the wood stove crackling at full heat, cold seemed to seep through the log walls and settle in our bones. I was lying in my bunk, fighting the anxiety that had become my constant companion, when my father's sharp intake of breath cut through the silence like a blade. He was sitting on the edge of his bed, staring out the window that faced the river, his body rigid with tension. "Mark," he whispered, his voice carrying a note I had never heard before. Not fear exactly, but something deeper and more primitive. "Look at this." I joined him at the window, pressing my face against the cold glass and peering into the white wall beyond. At first, I saw nothing but the same impenetrable fog that had swallowed our world. But then gradually, a darker shape began to resolve itself in the mist. A tall, impossibly thin silhouette standing motionless in what I knew must be the middle of the river. The figure was human in outline, but wrong in proportions, stretched and elongated like a shadow cast by a setting sun. It stood in water that should have been chest deep and moving fast enough to knock a grown man from his feet, but it remained perfectly still, as stable as if it were rooted to bedrock. The current that had challenged us, even in shallow water, seemed to have no effect on this motionless sentinel. "That's not possible," I breathed, my words fogging the glass. "The current there is too strong. Nobody could stand in that water." But even as I spoke, I knew I was witnessing something that had nothing to do with possibility or natural law. The figure possessed a quality of otherness that made my skin crawl. Something in its absolute stillness that spoke of patience beyond human comprehension. As we watched, transfixed by a combination of fascination and growing dread, the figure began to move, but not in any way that made anatomical sense. Its arm, if the elongated appendage could be called that, rose with mechanical precision, extending to an impossible length that violated every principle of human physiology. There was a flicker of motion at its wrist, too quick to follow with the naked eye, and something shot out across the water with a soft whistling sound, a projectile of some kind, trailing what looked like a thin line behind it. The sound it made cutting through the air was unlike anything I had ever heard, not the whistle of a fishing line or the snap of a whip, but something organic and predatory. The line struck the water perhaps 20 yards from where the figure stood and immediately began to pull back with mechanical efficiency. Within seconds, a large salmon broke the surface, struggling violently against whatever had impaled it. But the fish's desperate fight lasted only moments before it was hauled through the water toward the waiting figure with inexorable force. The entire sequence, the impossible cast, the instant strike, the retrieval, had taken perhaps 10 seconds. But it demonstrated a level of fishing skill that transcended anything achievable through normal human means. This wasn't sport fishing or even survival fishing. This was predation distilled to its most efficient essence. "God in heaven," my father whispered, his voice hoarse with shock. "What is that thing?" The figure had secured its catch, but instead of moving to process or store the fish, it remained motionless in the current. And then, with a movement that sent ice water through my veins, its head began to turn. The motion was wrong. Too smooth, too mechanical, like the rotation of a machine rather than the natural movement of a living creature. The head swiveled with horrifying precision until it faced directly toward our cabin. Even through the fog and darkness, even across the distance that separated us, I felt the weight of its attention like a physical force. There were no visible features, no eyes, no mouth, no expression to read. Just the dark oval of a head atop an impossibly elongated neck, fixed on our position with unmistakable intent. The moment stretched into eternity. I found myself unable to breathe, unable to move, unable to do anything but stare back at this impossible figure that defied every rational explanation. The air in the cabin seemed to thicken, charged with a malevolent intelligence that reached across the water and wrapped around us like invisible chains. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure began to fade back into the fog. Not walking away or diving beneath the surface, but simply dissolving into the white wall as if it had never been more than a projection of light and shadow. Within seconds, there was nothing, just the impenetrable mist and the memory of what we had witnessed. I realized I was gripping the windowsill so tightly that my knuckles had gone white. My father's breathing was shallow and rapid, the sound of a man struggling to process something that challenged his fundamental understanding of reality. "We need to leave," he said, his voice flat and mechanical. "Now, tonight." The soldier in him had taken over, the part that had kept him alive in hostile territories where hesitation meant death. He was already moving, pulling his pack from beneath his bunk and beginning to stuff it with essential supplies. "Dad, wait," I said, though my own instincts were screaming the same message. "The plane isn't coming for 3 more days, and that fog..." We can't navigate in this." He paused, his jaw working as he wrestled with the tactical situation. He was right that we needed to leave, but I was right that immediate departure was impossible. The fog was so thick we couldn't see 10 feet beyond the cabin, and the nearest help was 15 miles through wilderness that would be treacherous even in daylight. "First light," he said finally. "We pack everything we can carry and head for the ranger station. Forget the fishing gear, forget everything except survival essentials." I nodded, though the thought of abandoning our planned week felt like admitting defeat to something that had no business winning. But the image of that figure standing impossibly in the rushing water, and the way its head had turned to focus on us, had burned itself into my memory with the permanence of trauma. As if summoned by our decision to flee, a new sound began outside. Not the familiar tapping we had grown accustomed to, but something far worse. A wet, rhythmic splashing that seemed to circle the cabin like a predator testing the perimeter of a cage. The sound was heavy and deliberate, as if something large was moving through the shallows just beyond our vision. The splashing continued for perhaps an hour, sometimes seeming to come from directly beneath the cabin, sometimes from the riverbank, occasionally from positions that should have been impossible given the terrain. Through it all, we sat in tense silence, our packs ready and our nerves stretched to the breaking point. When the sounds finally stopped, the silence that followed was somehow worse. It carried the weight of patience and malevolent intelligence, the certainty that whatever had been circling us was now simply waiting for the right moment to act. Neither of us attempted sleep that night. We sat facing the windows, watching the fog press against the glass like curious fingers, waiting for dawn to provide the light we needed to begin our escape from this place that had transformed from paradise to purgatory in the space of a few impossible moments. Sleep had become impossible. We sat in the cabin's main room like sentries, backs against the log walls, watching the fog-darkened windows for any sign of movement. The wood stove threw dancing shadows across the walls, creating a constantly shifting pattern of light and darkness that made everything seem alive and threatening. The silence outside was complete. No night birds, no small animals moving through the underbrush, not even the subtle sounds of wind through the trees. It was as if the fog had smothered not just light, but life itself, creating a dead zone where only unnatural things could move. At approximately 2 a.m., the assault began. The first blow struck the front door with the force of a sledgehammer, a concussive impact that shook the entire cabin and sent dust cascading from the ceiling beams. The sound was sharp and violent, echoing through the small space like a gunshot. Both my father and I jerked upright, our hearts hammering with sudden adrenaline. But before we could react, a second blow struck the back wall. Impossible, given that the first had come from the front. Then the side wall. Then the roof directly above our heads, each impact delivered with the same devastating force, each one seeming to come from a different location around the cabin's perimeter. The thing outside was moving with impossible speed, circling our refuge and striking at random intervals with what sounded like massive stones or pieces of timber. Each blow was precisely calculated to create maximum psychological impact, loud enough to terrify, forceful enough to suggest genuine threat, but not quite strong enough to breach the heavy log construction. "It's testing us," my father said, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Seeing how we react." The impacts continued, following no pattern we could discern. Sometimes they came in rapid succession. Boom, 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 like artillery fire. Other times, long minutes of silence stretched between blows, allowing our nerves to settle before the next shocking impact shattered the quiet. But worse than the physical assault was the sound that accompanied it. A low, guttural clicking had begun, seeming to emanate from multiple locations at once. It was the sound of stones being knocked together underwater, or perhaps massive teeth chattering in some enormous jaw. The clicking followed no rhythm, sometimes fast and agitated, sometimes slow and deliberate, but always carrying undertones of malevolent intelligence. The combination of impacts and clicking created a symphony of threat that seemed designed to drive us to the edge of sanity. My father had pulled out his service pistol, a .45 automatic he always carried on wilderness trips, but we both knew that conventional weapons would be useless against something that could move around the cabin's perimeter with such impossible speed. Then, the tone of the assault changed. The random impacts gave way to something far more focused and terrifying. A new sound joined the clicking, a long, grinding scrape that seemed to come from the front door. Not the random scratch of an animal, but the deliberate, methodical sound of something trying to work its way through the heavy timber. I watched in horror as the thick wooden bar that secured the door began to vibrate in its iron brackets. The metal fittings, designed to withstand the force of storms and the pressure of settling logs, started to groan under an immense stress applied from outside. Splinters of wood began to fall from around the hinges as the doorframe itself started to distort. "It's going to break," I whispered, the words barely audible over the grinding and groaning of tortured wood. My father's training kicked in. Instead of focusing on the obvious threat at the front door, his eyes went to the small window at the rear of the cabin, the one that faced the dark wall of spruce trees. His military experience had taught him that the enemy's apparent focus was often designed to mask their real intention. "It wants us watching the door," he said grimly. "It wants us focused on the obvious threat while it does something else." The scraping at the door continued, joined now by what sounded like claws or talons raking down the heavy planks. But my father was already moving, wrapping his left hand in a thick wool blanket from his bunk. He crossed to the rear window in 3 quick steps and, without hesitation, drove his fist through the glass. The window exploded outward in a shower of sharp fragments, letting in a swirl of cold, damp air and the sour smell of the fog. He worked quickly, knocking out the remaining shards and clearing the frame of glass. "Out," he ordered, his voice carrying the flat authority of absolute command. "Now, move." I grabbed my pack and scrambled toward the opening, my heart racing with terror and adrenaline. Behind me, the sounds at the front door had intensified, the grinding scrape now accompanied by what sounded like massive blows that made the entire cabin shudder. I squeezed through the window frame, feeling the jagged edges of remaining glass catch at my clothing, and dropped heavily onto the damp earth outside. The fog was so thick I couldn't see my own feet, but I could feel the soft, wet moss beneath me and smell the clean scent of spruce needles. My father came through right behind me, landing in a crouch with the unconscious grace of someone who had made countless tactical exits under pressure. He still clutched the heavy cast-iron skillet from the stove. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. The sounds from the front of the cabin had stopped the instant we broke the window, as if our escape had been detected immediately. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the assault had been, carrying the weight of something large and intelligent, recalculating its approach. "This way," my father whispered, grabbing my sleeve and pulling me toward what he hoped was the forest. "Stay low, stay quiet, and whatever happens, don't look back." We plunged into the white wall of fog, moving blind through a landscape that had become utterly alien. Every step was a gamble. The ground beneath our feet could change without warning, from solid earth to tangled roots to hidden obstacles that could trip us or turn an ankle. Behind us, the cabin creaked and groaned as if something massive was testing its structural limits. But we didn't look back. We kept moving into the fog-shrouded forest, guided only by my father's compass and the desperate hope that we could put distance between ourselves and whatever had transformed our refuge into a prison. The real horror was just beginning. The forest in the fog was a maze of grasping branches and hidden obstacles that seemed designed to trap and disorient. Every step was a calculated risk, our feet probing uncertain ground while twisted alder branches clawed at our faces and clothing. The fog was so thick it had physical weight, pressing against us like a living thing while reducing our world to a gray sphere barely 3 feet in diameter. My father moved with the methodical precision of his military training, checking his compass every few steps and maintaining a steady northeast bearing toward the distant ranger station. But progress was agonizingly slow, and every sound we made, the snap of a twig, the rustle of vegetation, my own ragged breathing, seemed to echo through the white silence like a beacon announcing our position. We had been moving for perhaps an hour when we heard it, a rhythmic splashing from the direction of the river that paralleled our route. The sound was heavy and deliberate, as if something large was moving through the shallows with tireless determination. What made my blood freeze was the realization that it was keeping pace with us, matching our speed exactly despite the obstacles that slowed our progress to a crawl. "It's following us," I whispered, the words barely audible in the muffled air. My father held up his hand for silence, his head cocked as he listened to the steady splash and pause rhythm that continued somewhere to our left. His expression was grim but focused, the face of a soldier processing tactical information under pressure. "Not following," he corrected quietly. "Hurting. It's keeping us away from the river, forcing us deeper into the forest." The implications hit me like a physical blow. Whatever was out there possessed not just impossible physical capabilities, but genuine intelligence. It was thinking, planning, using the terrain and our own fear to drive us where it wanted us to go. We changed direction, trying to angle back toward the water, but immediately the splashing sounds shifted to block our path. When we tried to increase our pace, the sounds accelerated to match. We were being managed by something that seemed to anticipate our every decision before we made it. The fog began to thin slightly as we climbed away from the river valley, but the improved visibility only made our situation more terrifying. Now we could see the dark shapes of massive spruce trees looming through the mist like primordial monuments, their branches creating an overhead canopy so thick that even in daylight, this place would be shrouded in perpetual twilight. And in that improved visibility, we caught our first glimpse of our pursuer. It was moving through the trees parallel to our route, a tall shape that seemed to flow between the massive trunks with unnatural grace. Even at a distance and partially obscured by fog, its proportions were clearly wrong. Too tall, too thin, its limbs too long for any human framework. When it paused behind the bulk of a particularly massive spruce, we could see that it stood at least 8 feet tall, its elongated silhouette made even more disturbing by its absolute stillness. "Don't run," my father whispered urgently as every instinct in my body screamed for flight. Predators react to running prey. We keep moving, but we stay calm. But staying calm was becoming impossible. The thing began to pace us more closely, sometimes visible through the trees, sometimes hidden, but always present. Its movement was utterly silent, no snap of twigs, no rustle of undergrowth, no sound at all despite its passage through dense forest that caught and tore at our every step. Hours passed in this nightmare chase. My legs burned with exhaustion, my lungs ached from the cold, damp air, and my nerves were stretched to the breaking point by the constant awareness of being hunted. But our pursuer showed no signs of tiring. If anything, it seemed to be growing bolder, moving closer, letting us see more of its impossible form. During one brief pause to check direction and catch our breath, we heard a new sound that turned my blood to ice. From somewhere behind us came a wet, heavy, dragging noise, the sound of something massive being pulled across the forest floor. It was accompanied by a stench that drifted through the fog like a physical presence. The smell of stagnant water, rotting vegetation, and something else that made my stomach clench with revulsion. "It's not alone," my father said, his voice tight with the realization that our situation had just become exponentially worse. "There's more than one of them." The dragging sound was moving slowly but steadily in our direction, leaving a trail we couldn't see but could certainly smell. Whatever was making that noise was large enough to crush obstacles rather than avoid them, and the stench that preceded it spoke of something that had spent long periods in deep, stagnant water. We picked up our pace, abandoning stealth for speed as the sounds of pursuit multiplied around us. The splashing from the river continued, now joined by the dragging noise behind us and occasional crashes from the forest that suggested multiple entities moving through the trees with increasing boldness. The fog began to lift slightly as dawn approached, but instead of providing relief, the improved visibility only revealed the true scope of our predicament. We were surrounded. Dark shapes moved through the trees in every direction. Not human, not animal, but something else entirely. They maintained their distance, but left no doubt that every avenue of escape was being monitored and controlled. When we finally stumbled into a small boggy clearing surrounded by fallen timber, exhaustion forced us to stop. My father pulled me down behind the massive trunk of a wind-fallen spruce, and we crouched in the damp moss, our hearts hammering and our breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The splashing from the river had stopped. The dragging sound had ceased. Even the subtle crashes from the forest had gone silent. We were surrounded by a quiet so complete, it felt like being buried alive. Then, from the riverbank, perhaps 50 yards away, came a sound that will haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. It was a wet, heavy splash, followed by the unmistakable noise of something enormous pulling itself from the water onto dry land. Not the smooth emergence of an aquatic animal, but the labored, dragging progress of something that belonged in water, but was willing to endure the discomfort of land in pursuit of prey. The stench hit us moments later, a concentrated wave of marsh gas, decomposition, and something alien that had no earthly equivalent. I pressed my face into the moss, fighting the urge to vomit, while my father's hand closed on my shoulder with iron strength. And then it began to move through the forest toward our hiding place, dragging itself across the undergrowth with a wet, sliding sound that spoke of massive size and implacable determination. The dragging sound grew closer with each passing moment, accompanied by the wet, sliding noise of something massive hauling itself across the forest floor. The stench became overwhelming, a concentrated miasma of stagnant water, rotting organic matter, and something else that seemed to bypass the nose entirely and trigger some primitive fear response deep in the brain. I pressed my face harder into the damp moss, every muscle in my body locked rigid with terror. Beside me, my father's breathing had become shallow and controlled, the trained response of someone who had learned to function under extreme stress. His hand remained on my shoulder, an anchor of human contact in a world that had suddenly revealed itself to be far stranger and more dangerous than we had ever imagined. The thing moved with deliberate slowness, perhaps 20 yards from our hiding place now. Through the scattered logs and undergrowth, I caught glimpses of something that defied rational description. It was massive, easily 12 feet in length, and appeared to be dragging itself forward using appendages that were neither arms nor tentacles, but something in between. Its body glistened with moisture and seemed to pulse with a rhythm that suggested labored breathing or perhaps a heartbeat visible through translucent skin. The worst part was the intelligence in its movement. This wasn't the random searching of a predator following scent. It was moving with purpose, investigating our hiding place with the methodical thoroughness of something that knew exactly where we were and was simply choosing its moment to act. 10 yards away. 5 yards. The stench was so intense now that my eyes watered and my throat burned with each breath. I could hear the wet, sliding sound of its passage across the moss, the occasional snap of small branches as it pushed through obstacles, and underneath it all, a low sound that might have been breathing or might have been something far worse. Then, impossibly, it stopped. The sudden cessation of movement was more terrifying than the approach had been. For long moments, we lay frozen behind our fallen log, listening to nothing but our own rapid heartbeats and the distant sound of the river. The stench remained, an invisible cloud that marked the position of something just yards away, but all movement had ceased. I risked lifting my head slightly, peering through a gap in the tangled branches. What I saw sent a shock of pure terror through my nervous system. The thing was positioned just on the other side of our shelter, close enough that I could make out individual details of its alien anatomy. Its head, if the bulbous, eyeless mass at one end could be called a head, was turned in our direction, tilted at an angle that suggested it was listening with supernatural intensity. For an eternity that lasted perhaps 30 seconds, predator and prey remained motionless. I felt certain that our rapid breathing would give us away, that the hammering of my heart would somehow be audible to this impossible creature. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, it began to move again. Not toward us, but parallel to our position, as if investigating the perimeter of our hiding place. The movement saved our lives. As the creature shifted position, the wind direction changed slightly, carrying a new scent through the forest. It was the clean, sharp smell of wood smoke, not the acrid stench of burning brush, but the pleasant aroma of seasoned timber burning in a well-maintained fireplace. The ranger station. Somewhere ahead of us, probably closer than we had dared hope, Bill Haskins was starting his morning fire and beginning another day in the wilderness. The smell of civilization, of human habitation and safety, drifted through the fog like a promise of salvation. Our pursuer had detected the scent as well. The massive form froze, its alien head turning toward the source of the smoke with predatory interest. For a moment, I feared it might abandon us to investigate this new presence. But then, with a wet, sliding sound that spoke of immense effort, it began to withdraw toward the river. The retreat was not flight, but tactical repositioning. Whatever intelligence guided this creature had calculated that the presence of other humans made continued pursuit too risky. It was choosing discretion over immediate gratification, which somehow made it even more terrifying than mindless aggression would have been. We waited until the dragging sounds had faded completely and the stench had begun to dissipate before daring to move. Even then, my father made us wait an additional 10 minutes, timing it on his watch before allowing us to emerge from our hiding place. "Move quiet. Move fast," he whispered, his voice hoarse with strain. "If we can smell his fire, we're close." The next hour was a desperate race through thinning fog and increasingly familiar terrain. The wood smoke grew stronger with each step, joined eventually by other signs of human presence. The distant sound of a radio, the smell of bacon cooking, the blessed normalcy of a human voice speaking in measured professional tones. When we finally stumbled out of the tree line and saw the ranger station's green metal roof through the dissipating mist, I felt my legs give out with relief. We collapsed on the wooden steps of the porch like refugees from a war zone. Our clothes torn, our faces scratched and pale, the evidence of our ordeal written in every line of our bodies. The door opened almost immediately, revealing Bill Haskins, a man whose weathered face had seen enough wilderness emergencies to recognize genuine trauma when it appeared on his doorstep. He took one look at us and stepped back, gesturing us inside without a single question. "Coffee first," he said, his voice carrying the calm authority of someone accustomed to dealing with crisis. "Then we'll talk." Inside the warm, well-lit cabin, so normal, so mundanely human after our night in the fog, we sat wrapped in wool blankets while Haskins prepared coffee so strong it was almost syrup. The radio chattered quietly in the background, transmitting weather reports and routine communications that belonged to a world governed by natural laws and rational explanations. When we had stopped shivering and could hold the coffee mugs without spilling, Haskins pulled up a chair and waited. My father, trained in military debriefing procedures, recounted everything with precise, economical language. He described the tapping sounds, the figure in the fog, the bone lure, and the night-long pursuit through the forest. He spoke without emotion or embellishment, simply reporting facts in the order they had occurred. I watched Haskins' face carefully throughout the recounting, expecting skepticism or the kind of patient condescension adults reserve for overwrought teenagers. Instead, I saw recognition and a growing gravity that suggested our experience was not entirely without precedent. When my father finished, Haskins sat in silence for several minutes, staring into his coffee mug. Finally, he rose and moved to a bookshelf near the radio, returning with an old leather-bound journal that looked like it had seen decades of use. "The Dena'ina people have lived in this region for thousands of years," he said, opening the journal to a page marked with a faded ribbon. "They have names for things that don't appear in any field guide or biology textbook." The page contained a pencil sketch that made my breath catch in my throat. It showed a tall, elongated figure standing in water, its proportions matching exactly what we had seen in the fog. Surrounding it were other sketches, creatures that seemed to be variations on the same impossible theme. "They call them Nantina," Haskins continued. "River spirits, older than human memory. The stories say they're territorial, protective of their fishing grounds. They don't like competition, and they especially don't like being challenged by outsiders." He looked up, meeting our eyes with an expression that held no trace of skepticism. "You took fish from their water, they noticed. You were lucky to get out." The radio crackled to life with a routine transmission, and Haskins keyed the microphone with practiced ease. "Station 7 to dispatch. Found those two overdue fishermen from the upper bend. Suffering from exposure, got turned around in the fog. I'm bringing them out." That was all. No mention of our actual experience. No request for investigation or follow-up. Just a simple explanation that would satisfy bureaucratic requirements while protecting us from questions we couldn't answer. The boat ride downriver to the pickup point was surreal. Under bright morning sunshine, the water had returned to its stunning turquoise beauty, and the forest showed no signs of the terror it had harbored just hours before. If not for the exhaustion in our bones and the scratches on our faces, the entire experience might have seemed like a shared nightmare. As the float plane lifted off and banked toward Anchorage, I looked down at the river one final time. From altitude, it appeared exactly as it had during our arrival, a pristine ribbon of blue cutting through untouched wilderness. Beautiful, peaceful, deceptively normal. But I knew better now. I understood that the wilderness held secrets that had nothing to do with the sanitized version presented in nature documentaries and tourism brochures. There were older things than humans in these forests, and some of them were still very much awake. The bond between my father and me had been forever changed by those 4 days. We had faced something impossible together and survived through mutual dependence and shared courage. But more than that, we had been initiated into a larger truth about the world, one that most people never encounter and would refuse to believe if they did. We never spoke about our experience to anyone outside of Haskins' cabin. Who would have believed us? Instead, it became one of those profound secrets that families sometimes carry, a shared knowledge that required no discussion because its reality was burned into our very souls. My father and I still take fishing trips together, but never again to remote waters where the fog rolls thick and strange sounds echo in the night. We have learned to appreciate the crowded banks of the Russian River, where the worst dangers come from tangled fishing lines and sunburn. Some experiences change you forever. Some knowledge, once gained, cannot be unknown. And some waters, no matter how beautiful, are better left to their ancient guardians. The river keeps its secrets, and now, so do we. Spring, 1998. The crisp, damp air of the Pacific Northwest filled my lungs as I stepped out of my old pickup truck. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth brought back a flood of memories. Childhood hunting trips with my father, lazy summer afternoons spent fishing in the nearby creek, and the comforting warmth of the cabin's fireplace on cold winter nights. I'm Wyatt, and this little slice of wilderness has been a part of my family for 3 generations. The cabin, tucked deep in the heart of Olympic National Forest, was my grandfather's pride and joy. He'd built it with his own hands back in the 50s, a testament to his craftsmanship and love for these woods. Now, as I stood there in the fading light of a spring evening, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. The cabin was showing its age. The porch sagged slightly, its wooden boards soft with rot in places. The roof had sprung a few leaks during the last winter, and the whole structure seemed to lean ever so slightly to one side, as if tired after decades of standing sentinel in these woods. That's why I was here. A week of repairs and maintenance, getting the old place ready for the fall elk season. It wasn't much, but it was a connection to my past, a link to the men who'd shaped me. And if I'm being honest, it was a much-needed escape from the grind of city life. I unloaded my tools and supplies, stacking them neatly on the porch. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze and the distant call of a bird I couldn't identify. As I worked, I found myself relaxing, the tension of the long drive and weeks of city stress melting away with each swing of the hammer, each board I replaced. That first night I sat on the newly repaired porch, nursing a beer and watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. The silence was profound, broken only by the crackle of the small fire I'd built in the pit out front. It was in moments like these that I understood why my grandfather had chosen this spot, why my father had continued the tradition, and why I felt so drawn to it still. Little did I know that this peaceful evening was the calm before a storm that would change my life forever. The next few days passed in a blur of physical labor. I replaced rotting boards, patched leaks, and generally tried to breathe new life into the old cabin. It was satisfying work, the kind that leaves you bone-tired but content at the end of each day. It was on the fourth day that everything changed. I'd been working down by the creek, cutting new boards to replace some of the worst on the porch. The late afternoon sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The steady buzz of my chainsaw filled the air, drowning out the usual forest sounds. That's when I heard it, a sound like branches snapping, but heavier, more deliberate. At first, I didn't think much of it. These woods were home to plenty of deer, and the occasional black bear wasn't unheard of. I kept working, focused on the task at hand. But then I heard it again, closer this time, and something else. A low, rough growling sound that sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't like anything I'd heard before, not in all my years of roaming these woods. I switched off the chainsaw, the sudden silence almost deafening. Slowly, I turned, my eyes scanning the tree line. What emerged from the shadows wasn't a deer. It wasn't a bear. It was something else entirely. The creature stood a good head taller than me, even hunched over as it was. Its body was lean, almost emaciated, with limbs that seemed too long for its frame. Patchy fur covered its body, dark in most places, but streaked here and there with an unsettling blood-red color. Its head was what struck me the most. The skull seemed almost too small for its massive body, with a muzzle stretched long like a wolf's. But the eyes, God, those eyes. They were yellow, slitted like a cat's, and filled with a hatred so intense it froze me in place. For a moment we just stared at each other. Me, rooted to the spot with terror. The creature, its chest heaving with each breath, drool running from a mouth filled with jagged, mismatched teeth. Then it roared. The sound ripped through the air, a primal scream of rage and hunger that shook me to my core. I stumbled backward, my hands fumbling to find something, anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell on a fallen log about 5 feet thick, old-growth timber that had probably lain there for decades. Without thinking, I turned and ran for it, hearing the creature crashing through the underbrush behind me. I vaulted onto the log, rolling over to the other side just as I felt the wind of the creature's claws swiping at the space where I'd been seconds before. I pressed my back against the rough bark, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. For what felt like an eternity, we were at a stalemate. I was trapped on one side of the log, the creature circling on the other, its yellow eyes never leaving me, drool dripping onto the moss below. I looked around wildly, desperate for anything I could use to defend myself. That's when I saw it, the chainsaw, lying where I'd dropped it in my panic. Maybe it was desperation. Maybe it was a moment of insanity brought on by fear. But in that instant, I made a decision that would haunt me for years to come. I leapt from the log, one eye on the creature, the other on the saw. The beast tensed, ready to charge the moment I moved. But somehow I made it. I snatched up the saw, yanked the cord, and the engine roared to life. I turned to face the monster. The buzzing saw held out in front of me like a shield. The creature hesitated, backing up a step, then another. Whether it was startled by the sudden noise or genuinely afraid of the blade, I couldn't say, but it gave me an opening. Slowly, I started edging backwards towards the cabin. If I could make it inside, I had my rifle. Maybe that would be enough to drive this thing away for good. I made it about 10 feet before the creature made its move. With a burst of speed that took me completely by surprise, it lunged forward. Instinctively, I swung the saw. The sound of the blade biting into flesh and bone was sickening. Dark blood splattered the leaves as the creature howled in pain, one of its arms hanging limp, nearly severed at the shoulder. For a moment, our eyes met again. In that instant, I saw something in those yellow depths that chilled me even more than the hatred had: intelligence. This wasn't just some animal acting on instinct. There was a mind behind those eyes, alien and terrifying. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the creature turned and bolted back into the woods, leaving nothing but a trail of blood and broken undergrowth in its wake. I stood there shaking for what felt like hours, the chainsaw still buzzing in my hands. When I finally managed to switch it off, the silence of the forest seemed to close in around me, oppressive and filled with unseen threats. Somehow, I made it back to the cabin. I patched up the few scratches I'd received as best I could, my hands trembling the entire time. That night, I sat up with my rifle across my lap, jumping at every creak of the old cabin, every rustle of wind in the trees outside. As the first light of dawn broke through the windows, I made a decision. I had to go back for the chainsaw. It felt wrong to just leave it out there, and some irrational part of my mind was terrified of someone else finding it, of having to explain the blood. I waited until full daylight, then ventured out with my rifle in one hand and a flashlight in the other. I found the saw lying in a pool of congealed blood, dark and tacky in the morning sun. I cleaned it as best I could, trying not to retch at the smell and the memory of what had happened. I didn't see the creature again that trip, but every night I lay awake, listening, wondering if it was out there, nursing its wounds, waiting. When I finally left a few days later, it was with a sense of relief so profound it was almost painful. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror at the receding tree line. For just a moment, I thought I saw a flash of yellow eyes watching me go. But that had to be my imagination, right? The weeks that followed were a blur of sleepless nights and jumpy days. I'd returned to my apartment in the city, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to hide those yellow eyes. Every unexpected sound made me flinch. I told no one about what had happened. Who would believe me? I could barely believe it myself, and I'd lived through it. I was sure that if I opened my mouth, I'd be met with either laughter or concerned looks and suggestions of therapy. But I couldn't let it go. The image of that creature, its inhuman eyes, the sound of its roar, they haunted me. I started doing research, spending hours online and in libraries, looking for anything that might explain what I'd seen. Most of what I found was useless. Cryptozoology websites full of blurry photos and secondhand accounts, conspiracy theories that ranged from the absurd to the terrifying. But here and there, I'd find something that made my blood run cold. A Native American legend about a creature that stalked the forests of the Pacific Northwest. An account from an early settler describing a demon beast with yellow eyes and an insatiable hunger. Nothing matched exactly what I'd seen, but there were enough similarities to keep me digging. I became obsessed, neglecting my work, my friends, even my health in my quest for answers. It was during one of these research binges that I stumbled upon it, a dusty leather-bound book in a tiny used bookstore downtown. The Cryptids of the Pacific Northwest, the gold-embossed title proclaimed. I bought it without hesitation, hurrying home to devour its contents. Most of the book was what I'd come to expect. Bigfoot sightings, sea serpent tales, the usual fare for this kind of literature. But near the back, in a chapter on monstrous predators, I found something that made my heart stop. The Wendigo. The description wasn't an exact match for what I'd encountered, but it was close. Too close to be coincidence. An emaciated body with unnaturally long limbs, a head that seemed too small with a muzzle like a wolf's, and those eyes, yellow, filled with an insatiable hunger. The book spoke of the Wendigo as a creature of insatiable appetite, driven by an eternal hunger for human flesh. It was said to be created when a person resorted to cannibalism, transformed by their heinous act into a monster that could never be satisfied. As I read, memories of that day by the creek came flooding back. The raw, animalistic hunger I'd seen in those eyes, the intelligence behind them, the way it had hesitated when confronted with the chainsaw, showing a level of reasoning beyond that of a simple beast. I slammed the book shut, my hands shaking. It couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of coincidence, my mind making connections that weren't there. And yet, I never went back to the cabin after that. I told myself it was because I was too busy, that I'd outgrown the need for that kind of solitude. But deep down, I knew the truth. I was afraid. Afraid that every rustle in the wind, every flicker of movement at the edge of my vision would be that creature returning. I sold the cabin a few years later. Told myself it was time to let go of the past, to move on. But even as I signed the papers, I felt a twinge of guilt. Was I abandoning my responsibility? Leaving others vulnerable to whatever was out there in those woods? The years passed. I tried to move on, to forget. But every now and then, something would happen that would bring it all rushing back. A news story about a missing hiker in the Olympics. a hunter who vanished without a trace. Or worst of all, reports of mutilated animal carcasses that authorities couldn't explain. Each time the nightmares would start again. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of that inhuman roar ringing in my ears, the memory of those yellow eyes burning in my mind. I told myself it was over, that I'd escaped, that the creature, whether it was truly a Wendigo or something else entirely, was gone. But deep down, in the darkest corners of my mind, a voice whispered that it wasn't over, that someday, somehow, our paths would cross again. And when that day came, I didn't know if I'd be ready. 20 years. That's how long it had been since that day in the woods. 20 years of trying to forget, of building a new life far from the shadows of the Olympic National Forest. I'd moved to the East Coast, thrown myself into my work, done everything I could to put the past behind me. But you can't outrun your demons forever. It was a Tuesday when the letter arrived. Just a simple envelope, unremarkable except for the return address, a P.O. box in a small town not far from where my old cabin had stood. I recognized the handwriting immediately, even after all these years. Ethan, my old neighbor from up near the cabin. We hadn't spoken since I'd sold the place, had barely kept in touch even before that. But there was an urgency to his scrawled words that set alarm bells ringing in my head. With trembling hands, I opened the envelope and began to read. Wyatt, I hope this letter finds you well. I know it's been a long time, and I'm sorry to bother you out of the blue like this. But something's happening up here. Something I can't explain. And I don't know who else to turn to. It started a few months ago. Livestock going missing, then turning up torn apart in ways that don't make sense. My neighbor's dog disappeared, then showed up on their porch the next day, half-eaten. And the sounds, Wyatt, the sounds in the woods at night. I know how this must sound, but I remember the stories you used to tell, the things you said you saw that summer before you left. I didn't believe you then. I'm sorry for that. But now I think I understand. Please, Wyatt, I need your help. Something's out there, something that shouldn't exist. And I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before it comes for us. Ethan. I stood there in my kitchen, the letter shaking in my hands. Memories I'd spent 2 decades trying to bury coming rushing back. Part of me wanted to crumple the paper, toss it in the trash, and pretend I'd never read those words. To tell myself that Ethan was imagining things, that there was a rational explanation for everything he'd described. But another part of me, a part I'd tried so hard to silence over the years, knew better. I remembered the promise I'd made to myself in those sleepless nights after my encounter. If I ever saw evidence, real evidence, that the creature was back, I wouldn't run. I wouldn't hide. I'd hunt it down. With a sigh that felt like it came from the depths of my soul, I reached for my phone. It was time to book a flight back to Washington. Back to the forests that had haunted my nightmares for 20 years. Back to face the Wendigo. The flight to Seattle felt like it took an eternity. Every mile that brought me closer to the Olympic Peninsula seemed to wind the tension in my gut tighter. I'd packed light, some clothes, basic supplies, and my old hunting rifle. I'd had to jump through some hoops to bring it on the plane, but there was no way I was heading back into those woods unarmed. As I drove the winding roads towards Ethan's place, memories flooded back. The smell of pine and damp earth, the way the mist clung to the trees in the early morning, and always, the memory of yellow eyes watching from the shadows. Ethan was waiting for me when I pulled up. He looked older, worn down by worry. The easy smile I remembered was gone, replaced by a tight-lipped grimace. We didn't hug, didn't trade jokes. There was no time for that, not with the creeping dread that seemed to hang over both of us like a shroud. "Thanks for coming, Wyatt," Ethan said, his voice low and gravelly. "I wasn't sure you would." I nodded, shouldering my bag. "Wasn't sure I would either. But here I am." We went inside, and over cups of coffee that grew cold and forgotten, Ethan filled me in on what had been happening. The stories were chilling: livestock torn apart, pets disappearing, strange tracks found in the mud that didn't match any known animal, and always the sounds in the night. howls that were almost human, but twisted into something terrible. I thought I was going crazy, Ethan admitted, his hands shaking slightly as he set down his mug. But then I remembered the things you used to talk about. The creature you said you saw. I closed my eyes, fighting back the flood of memories. I hoped I'd never have to think about that again, I said softly. But I guess some things don't stay buried. As night fell, we made our plans. In the morning, Ethan would take me to the places where the worst incidents had happened. We'd look for signs, try to piece together what was going on, and then, well, we'd cross that bridge when we came to it. That night, as I lay on Ethan's couch trying to sleep, I could hear the wind howling outside, and in that wind I could have sworn I heard something else. A cry of hunger. A promise of violence to come. The hunt had begun. Dawn broke cold and misty over the forest. Ethan and I set out early, our breath fogging in the chill air. He led me to the first site, a clearing where one of his neighbor's cows had been found, or what was left of it. The grass was still matted and stained dark in places, despite the weeks that had passed. I crouched down, examining the ground closely. There were tracks, but they were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Too large for a wolf or a bear, with claw marks that gouged deep into the earth. Jesus, I muttered, running my fingers along the edge of one print. What could have done this? Ethan just shook his head, his face pale. That's not even the worst of it. Come on. We spent the rest of the morning moving from site to site. Each one told the same story, violence beyond anything natural predators were capable of. At the last stop, the site of a hunter's abandoned campsite, I found something that made my blood run cold. Caught on a low-hanging branch was a tuft of fur, dark, almost black, but streaked through with that sickening blood-red color I remembered all too well. Ethan, I called, my voice shaking slightly. I think we have a problem. I showed him the fur, explained what it meant. His face went ashen. So it's real, he whispered. The thing you saw all those years ago, it's back. I nodded grimly. Looks that way, and I think it's hungry. We made our way back to Ethan's place in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. As we approached his cabin, I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. The door was ajar, swinging slightly in the breeze. Ethan, I said softly, reaching for my rifle, did you leave that open? He shook his head, his eyes wide with fear. Slowly, carefully, we approached the cabin. I took the lead, pushing the door open with the barrel of my gun. The interior was a disaster. Furniture overturned, claw marks gouged deep into the walls, and there, on the floor, was a set of tracks leading from the back door out into the woods. The same massive clawed prints we'd seen at the attack sites. It's been here, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. It's hunting us now. Ethan's face was a mask of terror. What do we do? I checked my rifle, making sure it was loaded. We end this. Tonight. We spent the rest of the day preparing. I cleaned my rifle, making sure every part was in perfect working order. Ethan dug out an old shotgun he kept for home defense. We gathered supplies, flashlights, extra ammunition, first aid kit. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, we set out into the gathering darkness. Our plan, if you could call it that, was simple. We'd set up in the clearing where Ethan said he'd heard the creature most often. With any luck, it would come to us, drawn by our presence. And then, well, then we'd see if bullets could do what my chainsaw hadn't 20 years ago. The moon was a thin sliver in the sky, casting just enough light to make the shadows seem alive. We huddled by a small fire, more for comfort than warmth. The woods whispered and creaked around us, and every time the wind gusted, I found myself jumping at shadows. Hours passed. The fire burned low. Ethan dozed fitfully, his shotgun clutched to his chest. I remained vigilant, my eyes scanning the tree line, my ears straining for any sound out of place. And then, just as I was beginning to think we'd made a mistake, I saw them. A pair of yellow eyes reflecting the moonlight, slinking into view at the far end of the clearing. "Ethan!" I hissed, shaking him awake. It's here. The creature moved like oil on water, fluid and wrong. It froze when it seemed to sense us, that elongated head twisting from side to side, sniffing the air. My heart was a jackhammer in my chest as I raised my rifle. "Wyatt," Ethan whispered, his voice trembling. "Don't." But it was too late. I fired, the blast shattering the stillness of the night. The creature roared, a deeper, angrier sound than I remembered. It lunged forward, a blur of tattered fur and teeth. I stumbled back, fumbling for another shell, firing again and again. The gunshot seemed to drive it into a frenzy. It didn't retreat, didn't slink back into the shadows as any normal animal might. Instead, it charged straight towards us, propelled by rage and a hunger beyond my comprehension. Ethan's shotgun roared, the blast catching the creature in the shoulder. It staggered but didn't fall. I fired again, saw blood spray from its flank, but still it came. "Run!" I shouted, shoving Ethan towards the trees. We bolted, terror lending speed to our legs. I could hear it gaining, its snarls echoing through the forest. I stumbled, fell hard, rolled to my feet just as it reached me. I swung the rifle like a club, catching it on the side of its head. The blow sent it staggering back a step, buying me precious seconds. I scrambled deeper into the woods, branches whipping at my face. I'd lost sight of Ethan in the chaos. All I could do was run and pray. Finally, lungs burning, legs screaming, I collapsed behind a tangle of old-growth roots. I crouched there, gasping, listening. For a moment, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. Then, a twig snapped nearby. I held my breath, finger on the trigger of my rifle. Slowly, I raised my head, peering over the roots. There it stood, not 10 feet away. In the pale moonlight, I could see it clearly for the first time. It was even more horrifying than I remembered. Patches of fur missing, revealing gray, leathery skin underneath. Its face was a nightmare of mismatched teeth and those burning yellow eyes. And there, on its shoulder, was an old scar, the mark left by my chainsaw 2 decades ago. Our eyes met, and in that moment, I knew. This wasn't just about hunger anymore. This was personal. It had been waiting, all these years, for me to return. With a roar that shook the very air, it leaped. I raised my rifle and fired again and again until the click of the empty chamber echoed in the night. The creature crashed into me, its weight driving me to the ground. Claws raked across my chest, teeth snapped inches from my face. I fought with everything I had, knowing that if I faltered for even a second, it would be over. Just as I felt my strength giving out, a blast rang out. The creature's head jerked to the side, dark blood spraying from a wound in its neck. It roared in pain and fury, momentarily forgetting me. Ethan stood there, his shotgun still smoking. "Get up!" he yelled. "Run!" I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain from my wounds, and ran. Ethan kept pace beside me, pausing every few yards to fire another blast at the pursuing monster. We burst out of the tree line into a familiar clearing, the same one where we'd started this insane hunt. Our campfire was still smoldering, casting a feeble light. "The car!" Ethan gasped. "We need to—" His words were cut off as the creature exploded from the underbrush, slamming into him with terrifying force. They went down in a tangle of limbs and fur, Ethan's screams piercing the night. I looked around wildly, desperate for anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell on the campfire, on the half-burned log still glowing with embers. Without thinking, I grabbed one, ignoring the searing pain in my hand. I charged forward, swinging the makeshift torch like a club. The burning wood connected with the creature's face with a sickening thud. It reared back, howling in agony, paws clawing at its burning fur. I struck again and again, driving it back from Ethan's prone form. The creature's howls turned to whimpers, then to a low, keening sound that was almost human in its anguish. It backed away, those yellow eyes never leaving mine, filled now with something I never expected to see: fear. With one last, baleful glare, it turned and fled into the darkness of the forest. I stood there, chest heaving, the smoldering log still clutched in my blistered hands. Slowly, I turned to where Ethan lay. "Ethan?" I called softly, moving to his side. "Ethan, can you hear me?" He groaned, stirring weakly. Is it gone?" I nodded, helping him to sit up. Yeah, it's gone. For now, at least. We made our way back to the cabin, supporting each other, both of us battered and bloody but alive. As we stumbled through the door, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The Wendigo was still out there, nursing its wounds, its hatred. And someday, somehow, I knew we'd meet again. But for now, we had survived. And in the world of monsters and men, sometimes that's the best you can hope for. Months have passed since that night in the woods. Ethan's recovering, slowly but surely. The official story is that we were attacked by a bear. It's easier that way. Simpler. Who'd believe the truth? I've moved back to the area, rented a small cabin not far from where my grandfather's old place used to stand. I tell myself it's to keep an eye on things, to be ready if the creature ever comes back. But deep down, I know the truth. I'm waiting. Watching. The hunter has become the hunted, and the game is far from over. Sometimes, on those long, dark nights when the wind howls through the trees, I swear I can hear it out there. A low, keening cry of hunger and hate. A promise that someday, somehow, we'll face each other again. And when that day comes, only one of us will walk away. Until then, I keep my rifle close, my eyes on the tree line. Because out there in the vast wilderness, in the shadows between the known and the unknown, the Wendigo is waiting. And so am I. July 4th, 1999. A date forever etched in my memory. I'm Carter Reynolds, and this is my story. It's not an easy one to tell, but I feel compelled to share it, if only to warn others about what might be lurking in the shadows of our world. I had been living in my grandfather's old cabin, nestled deep in the Ozark Mountain Forest of Arkansas, for about 6 months. After leaving the military, I craved solitude and a quiet place to readjust to civilian life. The cabin, with its rustic charm and isolation, seemed perfect. Most days were peaceful. I'd spend my time fishing in the nearby lake, hiking the surrounding trails, or working on repairs around the property. The routine was comforting, a stark contrast to the chaos and unpredictability of my time in service. Nights were my favorite. I'd sit out on the porch, a steaming mug of coffee in hand, watching for deer and other wildlife. My grandfather's old .30-30 rifle was always nearby. I rarely used it, but its presence was reassuring, a connection to the past and a safeguard against the unknown. The cabin itself was simple but sturdy. 2 rooms, a main living area with a small kitchen and a bedroom. The bathroom was an outhouse about 20 yards from the back door. Solar panels on the roof provided enough electricity for basic necessities and a well-supplied fresh water. It wasn't luxurious, but it was home. As July 4th approached, I noticed some activity at the old Peterson place down the mountain. A family had arrived for the holiday weekend, a brother and sister, both older than me, with 2 kids who seemed to have endless energy. I'd seen them around a few times, exchanging polite nods, but we generally kept to ourselves. That's how it was out here. Everyone respected each other's space. The night of the 4th started like any other. I was on my porch, watching distant fireworks light up the sky. The Peterson family had a bonfire going, and I could hear faint laughter and the occasional pop of smaller fireworks. It was a perfect summer night, warm with a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and wood smoke. Little did I know that this idyllic scene was about to shatter, plunging me into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. It was around 9:30 p.m. when I first heard it. A rustling in the woods to my right, too heavy to be a deer or coyote. My first thought was a bear. They weren't uncommon in the area, but they usually stayed closer to the lake, away from human activity. Concerned about the possibility of a bear wandering near the Peterson place with kids around, I decided to investigate. I grabbed my grandfather's rifle and stepped off the porch onto the dry grass. The night was clear, a full moon casting long shadows across the yard. As I approached the tree line, the rustling grew louder. Leaves crunched under heavy footsteps. Branches snapped. Whatever it was big. I raised the rifle, my heart rate picking up. "Hey there," I called out, trying to sound calm. "Why don't you head on back to the woods?" That's when I saw it. A massive form emerged from behind a thick oak tree, and I felt my blood run cold. It wasn't a bear. It was far too tall, easily 7 or 8 feet high. Its body was hunched and covered in dark, coarse hair. But it was the creature's face that seared itself into my memory. Its head was elongated, almost wolf-like, with a protruding snout filled with sharp teeth. And the eyes. God, those eyes. They caught the moonlight and gleamed a deep, unnatural red. I'd never seen anything like it in all my years in these woods or during my time in the military. I froze, my finger hovering over the rifle's trigger. The creature tilted its head, studying me with an unsettling intelligence. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then, in a blur of motion that belied its size, it vanished back into the tree line. I stood there, stunned, my heart pounding in my ears. What the hell had I just seen? My mind raced through possibilities. A bear with some kind of deformity, a mountain lion, even a person in some elaborate costume. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations fit. The distant sound of laughter from the Peterson place snapped me back to reality. Whatever that thing was, it was heading in their direction. I had to warn them. I started down the path towards the Peterson property, my steps quickening as adrenaline coursed through my veins. The rifle felt heavy in my hands, and I found myself questioning whether I had actually seen what I thought I saw. Maybe the isolation was getting to me, playing tricks on my mind. Those doubts evaporated the moment I heard the first scream. It was high-pitched, clearly one of the children. Then a woman's voice, shouting in panic, and beneath it all a deep, guttural roar that sent chills down my spine. It was the same creature I had seen, I was sure of it. I broke into a run, branches whipping at my face as I tore through the underbrush. The sounds of chaos grew louder, more screaming, the crash of something heavy moving through the woods, and that terrible, inhuman growling. As I burst into the clearing where the Peterson family had set up their campfire, the scene before me was like something out of a nightmare. The creature I had seen earlier was there, its massive form hunched over a small, writhing figure on the ground. With horror, I realized it was the young boy, no more than 8 or 9 years old. The child was screaming, desperately trying to crawl away from the monster's grasp. Long, wickedly curved claws swiped at his legs, leaving bloody gashes in their wake. A few yards away, the boy's parents were circling frantically, throwing rocks and shouting in a futile attempt to distract the beast. And then I saw her. The little girl, the boy's sister, lay motionless in the creature's other arm. Her head lolled to one side, her blonde hair matted with blood. I felt bile rise in my throat, but there was no time for shock or hesitation. I raised the rifle to my shoulder, aiming for the center of the creature's mass. The 30-30 roared, the sound echoing through the woods. The beast bellowed in pain and anger, dropping the girl's body as it clutched at its now mangled arm. The boy seized his chance, scrambling away with a final terrified scream. His mother, who I now remembered was named Melissa, rushed to the fallen girl. The father, Tom, I recalled, was shouting something at me, waving his arms wildly towards the woods. "Get out of here, run!" But I couldn't leave them defenseless. I chambered another round, preparing to fire again. The creature, however, had other plans. Those hellish red eyes fixed on me, and with a speed that seemed impossible for its size, it charged. I fired again, but in the chaos and dim light, my shot went wide. In an instant, it was upon me. I swung the rifle up, using it as a makeshift shield. The butt of the gun connected with a clawed hand reaching for my throat, deflecting it just enough, but I wasn't fast enough to avoid the other massive paw that raked across my chest and shoulder. Pain exploded through my body as I felt the creature's claws tear through flesh and muscle. The force of the blow sent me sprawling to the ground, my vision blurring from the shock and agony. I looked up to see the monster looming over me, its foul breath hot on my face. Drool dripped from its enormous, sharp-toothed maw. This was it, I thought. After surviving war zones and coming home to find peace, I was going to die here in the dirt, ripped apart by some ungodly beast in the Ozark backwoods. Just as the creature reared back for what I was sure would be the killing blow, another gunshot rang out. Not from my rifle, but a deeper, more powerful blast. The monster jerked back, howling in pain and rage. Through my haze of pain, I saw Tom. He stood a few yards away, his face a mask of terror and determination, wielding a shotgun. He fired again and again, each blast causing the creature to stagger and shriek. "Carter!" Tom shouted, his voice barely audible over the monster's wails and the ringing in my ears. "Run! Get help!" Adrenaline surged through me, momentarily dampening the burning agony in my chest and shoulder. I scrambled to my feet, each movement sending fresh waves of pain through my body. But I knew I had to move, had to get away and find help. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, crashing blindly through the dark woods. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me with every step, but I didn't slow down. Behind me, I could still hear the creature's roars and Tom's shotgun blasts, but they grew fainter as I put distance between us. I had no idea if I was heading in the right direction, if I was going deeper into the wilderness or back towards civilization. All I knew was that I had to keep moving, had to find help before it was too late for the Peterson family. I don't know how long I ran. Time became meaningless, measured only in ragged breaths and the pounding of my heart. The pain in my chest was excruciating, each step sending fresh jolts of agony through my body. But the fear of what lay behind me was greater than any physical discomfort. Eventually, I stumbled upon the rough dirt road that led back to my cabin. A surge of relief washed over me, momentarily pushing aside the pain and exhaustion. I forced myself onward, knowing that my phone, my link to the outside world and potential help, was waiting in the cabin. As I approached the familiar clearing, I saw the outline of my cabin against the star-filled sky. It had never looked so welcoming. I staggered up the porch steps, fumbling with the door handle. My vision was starting to blur, black spots dancing at the edges. I practically fell through the doorway, my bloodied hand leaving a smear on the frame. I tried to call out, to explain about the creature and the Peterson family, but the words caught in my raw, burning throat. The last thing I remember is collapsing against the wall, the world fading to darkness around me. I woke up in the county hospital, disoriented and in pain. The next few days passed in a haze of morphine, worried doctors, and confused questions. I drifted in and out of consciousness, plagued by nightmares of glowing red eyes and savage claws. When I was finally lucid enough to string together coherent thoughts, a county sheriff named Grady came to see me. He was a stocky man with a thick Ozark accent and eyes that had seen too much. He'd heard my delirious ramblings when I was brought in, and at first, I think he wrote them off as the product of shock and blood loss. But something had changed his mind. Tom Peterson had survived the attack and made it back to his home. He corroborated my story, describing the creature in chilling detail that matched my own recollections. The reality of what we'd seen was too terrifying, too unbelievable, for either of us to have made it up. Grady told me they'd launched a search. He'd called in reinforcements, even alerted the National Guard. They went into those woods armed to the teeth, tracked for 2 solid days. But they found nothing. No fur, no blood, no tracks. Nothing to justify the hunt or explain what had happened that night. The official story was that it had been a bear attack, possibly a large cat that had wandered out of its usual territory. The fireworks, they said, must have spooked it, causing it to lash out. It was easier to believe, I suppose, than the truth. But I knew what I had seen, and so did Tom. The little girl hadn't survived. Her name was Lily, and she was only 6 years old. Her brother Michael was physically recovering from his injuries, but the trauma of that night would likely stay with him forever. The Petersons left the area soon after, disappearing without a trace. I don't blame them. I couldn't stay either. As soon as I was well enough to leave the hospital, I sold the cabin. I couldn't bear the thought of going back there, of living with the memories and the fear of what might still be lurking in those woods. I moved to the city, surrounded myself with noise and people and light, anything to keep the darkness at bay. But the scars remained, both physical and mental. The long gashes across my chest and shoulder healed into thick, ropey scars that ached when the weather changed. The nightmares came less frequently as the years passed, but they never truly went away. Some nights, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom sensation of hot breath on my face and the sound of inhuman growls echoing in my ears. In the years that followed, I became obsessed with finding an explanation for what had happened that night. I scoured local newspapers, online forums, and obscure cryptozoology websites, searching for any hint of similar encounters. I reached out to wildlife experts, folklorists, and even a few self-proclaimed monster hunters, hoping someone could shed light on what we had seen. Most dismissed my story outright. A few suggested it might have been a particularly large black bear with some kind of deformity or disease. Others proposed more outlandish theories, everything from escaped government experiments to interdimensional beings. None of it felt right. I tried to track down the Peterson family, hoping to compare notes with Tom or see how they were coping. But it was like they had vanished into thin air. No forwarding address, no social media presence, nothing. It was as if they were running from something, trying to erase all traces of their existence. My search led me down some dark paths. I found myself in seedy bars on the outskirts of small Ozark towns, listening to hushed stories of things that shouldn't exist. I hiked into remote areas, following vague leads and half-remembered sightings. More than once, I found myself alone in the woods as night fell, my heart racing at every snapped twig or rustling leaf. But I never found any concrete evidence. No photographs, no DNA samples. Nothing that could prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that what Tom and I had seen was real. The lack of proof was maddening, but in a way, it was also a relief. Part of me didn't want to confirm that such a creature truly existed. As the years passed, my obsession gradually faded. I still kept an eye on the news from that region, still felt a chill when I heard about unexplained disappearances or strange animal sightings. But I learned to live with the uncertainty, to accept that some questions might never be answered. It's been 25 years since that night in the Ozarks. I'm older now, my hair graying at the temples. The scars on my chest faded to silver lines. I've built a life for myself, found some measure of peace, but I've never forgotten. Sometimes when the wind howls just right or when I'm alone in the dark, I'm transported back to that moment. I can smell the pine needles and feel the humid summer air on my skin. I can hear the creatures growl, see those glowing red eyes in the shadows. I don't know if what we encountered that night was some unknown species, a freak of nature, or something beyond our understanding. I don't know if it's still out there, lurking in the deep woods, waiting for another unfortunate soul to cross its path. Part of me hopes it died from its wounds, that the nightmare ended that night. But another part of me knows better. The world is vast and full of mysteries. There are dark corners where ancient things still dwell, where the line between reality and nightmare blurs. Most people go through their lives never glimpsing what lies beyond the veil of the ordinary, and maybe that's for the best. But for those of us who have seen it, who have felt the touch of the unknown, the world is never quite the same. We walk with one foot in shadow, always aware that the impossible might be waiting just around the corner. So if you find yourself in the wilderness, whether it's the Ozark Mountains or any other remote place, remember the story. Be aware of your surroundings. Listen to your instincts. And if you hear something moving in the dark, something too big to be a deer or a bear, don't investigate. Don't try to be a hero. Don't try to be a hero. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because some things in this world aren't meant to be understood or confronted. I've often wondered why I survived that night when others didn't. Was it luck? Fate? Or was I spared for a reason? To be a witness, perhaps. To carry this story and its warning to others who might listen. Last year, I received an unmarked envelope in the mail. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a brief handwritten note. Carter, it's still out there. Be careful. T. No return address, no further explanation, but I knew immediately who it was from. Tom Peterson, reaching out after all these years. The message sent a chill down my spine, confirming my deepest fears. Whatever we encountered that night wasn't a one-time occurrence. It wasn't some freak accident or a creature that had since died or been captured. It was still out there. I debated long and hard about what to do with this information. Should I alert the authorities? Try to mount another search? Or simply keep the knowledge to myself, buried deep like so many other secrets? In the end, I decided to share my story, not with the police or the media, but with you, whoever you are, reading these words. Because knowledge is power, and in this case, it might just save your life. I don't expect you to believe everything I've written here. Hell, there are days I have trouble believing it myself. But I ask you to keep an open mind, to remember that the world is bigger and stranger than we often allow ourselves to imagine. And if you ever find yourself in the wilderness, whether it's the Ozarks or anywhere else, and you hear something moving in the shadows, something that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up and your heart race, don't dismiss it. Don't try to rationalize it away. Trust your instincts. They might just save your life. As for me, I've made my peace with what happened. I can't change the past, can't bring back those we lost that terrible night. But I can honor their memory by sharing this story, by keeping the truth alive. I still dream about it sometimes, about red eyes gleaming in the darkness, about claws and teeth and terror. But I've learned to live with those dreams, to use them as a reminder of the thin line between the world we think we know and the shadows that lie beyond. So I'll keep watching, keep listening. And if I ever hear of another sighting, another encounter with something that shouldn't exist, I'll be ready. Not to fight it, I learned that lesson the hard way, but to warn others, to keep the memory alive. Because out there in the deep woods and dark hollows, something is waiting, something ancient and terrible and hungry. And it's patient. Oh, so patient. So be careful out there. Watch the shadows, listen to the silence. And remember, not all monsters are mere legends. Some of them are all too real.